Hey there, I'm Eternal, and I'm an object show fan that has barely watched any object shows. We have to fix that. Let's play Object Catchup. Hello and welcome into Object Catchup, the series where we discuss object show episodes right after watching them. Whether they're new or old, famous or unknown, it doesn't matter. We will get to it all. Now, today we have the second to last part of our road to MCS. All right, we need this road to MCS done with. We've got LeoFriends show to watch all around. All right, so we gotta get this stuff out of the way because I don't know if you're tired of it, but of course we're getting it. But before we can actually reach my cool show, which is MCS, we have to watch the entirety of a Battle of Idiots, but better, which is the fourth season. Indeed, it is, and it's the season that you're supposed to watch before MCS, the one that was mainly made. As a reminder of how this went down, we had a BFB-esque split where a lot of contestants went over to MCS. However, about half stuck around with our previous host, Fish. And let us start off with Battle of Idiots, but better. So it's time to watch it. I really like the thumbnail style, by the way, of these episodes. They're rather interesting. And we're gonna be beginning with episode 1. Let's see Eenie, Meenie, Miny, you. Let's go. Okay, so I just watched BOIBB 1. Let's see Eenie, Meenie, Miny, you. So we start off here with our set of characters that join, because we end up having 4 new characters join alongside our fellow previous cast members, which decided to make the switch over to fight for a $10 gift card, for a pizzeria. Still not sure why, but I guess this is the show with the dumb people on it. But the 3 people, well, we get 3 of the rejected characters apparently for a recommended character that end up joining, which we have Dry Ice, Punching Dummy, and Graduation Hat. So Graduation Hat is sort of that smart character archetype, that character that's like, I'm smart, and you're not so smart, but like they're not like that egotistical like a lot of other ones. So they seem to be a little bit more on the relaxed end, so we'll have to see. Speaking of the relaxed end, Dry Ice is pretty relaxed, very logical character. They just they're capable of doing stuff. Because when I saw Dry Ice, I was thinking, oh, is this gonna be one of those super chill characters that's, however, is so chill that they just don't care to actually do anything? No, Dry Ice is pretty capable, but also pretty relaxed and chill. So I could see them being a pretty solid character because they're probably not going to get into too much major conflict, and also like be relatively focused on the game. So that's pretty solid. And then Punching Buddy is that type of, I guess, trainer mentor duo going on. And again, you know me, I love me some characters that are multiple characters. That's one of the top things in the world. So Punching Dummy, absolutely, I will take that all day long. And then the 4th character is apparently a rejected character from a different show, which is, what was the other show? It was apparently Battle for the Silver. Okay, Battle for the Silver, which is not a show that I've ever heard of. However, we end up taking a character from that show. And we ended up taking some slime cube, which is apparently a piece of radioactive slime that melts off everything that touches it. However, it gives, extreme mobility because you are, slime, right? You seem versatile in the way that you can move, so that's pretty interesting. They seem to be that kind of character that's a little bit more awkward than usual. It's like, oh dang it, don't touch me because I'm all the stuff. They have the 17 characters that make up BOIBB. Now, for this challenge, you apparently have no teams, and it's gonna be vote to save, because apparently that switches episode by episode. We don't have a consistent thematic running through the show here. So our challenge is a balance beam challenge, but not really, because our challenge is to get onto the balance beam. Ooh, epic twist. Epic omega twist made that has everybody shocked to their core. And then we end up having the challenge for the show. The intro is pretty solid. Each character props up one by one to eventually make the 17 image, the cast image. And then we have our challenge. Now, what do I think of this challenge? This challenge is okay as a challenge. I don't necessarily mind it that much. However, I think that there's one big problem with the way that this challenge goes, and is that this is one of those challenges where it's like realistically everybody is going to be doing it at the same time, right? However, you can't write that because everybody's just going to be scrambling and doing that at the same time. So you just end up having characters do nothing for half the challenge, and then you have to explain it with, oh yeah, I should do the challenge. You're like, so many characters are like, yo, we should start climbing. It's like, what were you doing for the past 10 minutes? It's like, what were you doing? For some characters, maybe, okay, Vortex was sleeping or whatever. But some characters, like, why was Graduation Hat doing for the entire length of the challenge until they randomly are like, okay, I'll start climbing. It's like, it ends up feeling awkward because it's like, where are these characters, in the main lines, the way of it being, right? Because they should all be climbing at the same time because that's the challenge, right? But most of them don't, so you end up having climbing one by one by one. And also, we for some reason are treating the balance beam as a 2D space. I know why we're treating the balance beam as a 2D space, because the show is not 3D. However, like in general, I mean, a balance beam has three sides that you can climb up, other than the balance beam itself, right? So the characters don't necessarily have to be one on top of each other. They could always climb the other side. However, they never do that, which means that they knock each other off. And it's also another reason why we need to have characters pretty much take turns, because otherwise we'll just have a million characters on the same straight line because they can't like twist themselves to the other direction. So it just ends up being a challenge that is okay, but on average it's just a little bit it's a little bit weirdly written. I'm not a big fan of how it's written, because it has that mystery of every character. Like, what are they doing? Why weren't they doing it? Why are they doing it, right? It feels too convenient, like, oh yeah, I just happened to forget the challenge. And then right after they remember the challenge, a different person goes like, "Oh, hey, wasn't it so great that I forgot to do the challenge? Let's do the challenge." So that's just the thing that constantly happens. Anyhow, the characters that are safe end up being, um, I think Ben Deefy gets up first, alongside Ribbit Image, because Ben Deefy teleports them up as well. Not really sure what's going on, but I am a fan of the dynamic of the two people who were safe in Boy. End up sort of, I guess, being friends, because they were always the people safe in the first challenge. I'm not sure why Ben Deefy cares, but like, hey, Ben Deefy's like, yo, I gotta stick with my pal Ribbit Image. I mean, sure, right? That's a fun little thing. Red Stick ends up getting safe. They don't mess around with business. Um, uh, Dry Eyes ends up climbing. Yet again, they don't mess around with business. They're a very relaxed little character. Lava and OJ, the joke with them is that they constantly fall, like literally the entire time, because other people are knocking them off and they're climbing rather slowly. I'm not sure why Lava is climbing so slowly. I mean, we saw characters like Dry Eyes got up very quickly, and Lava theoretically doesn't have any direct hindrance to them climbing because they have limbs, right? Like OJ climbing slowly, okay, fair, but like, a character like Lava should be capable of climbing a completely normal speed, and yet they're not climbing a completely normal speed. That's probably just skill. They probably just have a lack of skill, but yeah. Then a couple of characters fling themselves over to Vortex, which was asleep, so Goldie is safe, and then Eggy is safe as well. After, are you called Eggy? No. No, you are called Eggy. Ends up being safe as Gold saves them, which means that the other fellas make it. Bucket ends up in one of the falls with Lollipop, being sucked into the vortex on accident. Uh-oh. They're probably dead. Do we have recovery, or do we still need the recovery tokens? That's going to be interesting to see. Black Holy is safe, so yeah. Wait, Vortex. Oh, wait, I don't know why I called it Vortex. Oh, it's because Vortex is the name of the character in the show that I watched yesterday. Oh, my bad. Anyways, yeah, Black Holy. Then we end up having the freaking gummy yeah, the gummy fella ends up being safe by simply offering $5. Did they actually give the $5? Did they have $5? Because that's like half of the price of the show, bro. That's like 50% of the price. You can't just be out here bribing the host, otherwise you're about to have negative profit in the show. Graduation hat kicks the other hats up. And then eventually manages to climb themselves up. Interesting way that Slime Cube goes. So Slime Cube is actually able to stretch all the way up to the balance beam with a lot of effort. And then I found it a really cool animation in the way that they sort of reintegrated themselves back within the platform, back to their shape, which I think is pretty interesting. I really like that. I hope that we get to see more of them using that ability to their advantage. And in the meantime, Lollipop tries to get up, but nope, Graduation Hat is just a little bit better, which means that the other fellas are up for elimination. OJ, Bucket, Lollipop, and Lava. All of them had a relatively similar adventure, as in they tried to climb, they kind of failed, and who gets out? What I would personally say, I think Lava should go because OJ, Bucket, and Lollipop have a very obvious excuse, right? They don't have arms. It's a very hard challenge for them. Lava does. They're just bad at climbing. Right? Like Lava's just not very good at climbing. They could have made it, they just didn't because of their skill. So I absolutely think that Lava should go home. But in a vote to save, I do think that Lava, Bucket, and maybe, oh god, I don't know, because everybody had a kind of a similar experience. No, I think Lava's going. I'm just going to say it. Lava, I think, goes. Even though they fell a lot with OJ, votes to say probably go to OJ. Bucket, because, they couldn't ever even try again, right? And they're scaredy cat, so there's some pity votes. And then Lollipop for dying. So then Lava goes. That's my prediction. My prediction is that happens. And yeah, that is episode 1. Overall, animation is pretty solid. It's pretty chill. But we will have to see in the next episodes how we're doing. It was a relatively smooth experience watching this episode. Yeah, I think that's the best way that I can describe this. It was just it was smooth, It just it was an episode that went by pretty smooth like butter, criminal undercover. What is that? Is that what BTS say? But yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see how the voting changes themselves, especially because it's going to need to be very clearly stated, because we have shows that change up the way that they work all the time, and it's end up being confusing what elimination system they use. But hey, this is supposed to be the wild one, because that's kind of how BFB was in comparison to Teapot, right? Teapot was the most serious show, and in this case, MCS is probably the more serious show. And then in this case, BOIBB ends up being sort of the chaos one, kind of like how BFB was the more chaotic show out of the two, right? So that's all cool. Anyways, let's head over into episode 2. No? Alright, I just watched the second episode of BOIBB, which is titled, of course, No. So we first off start with the one and only Ribbit image in our first batch of conversation, which, we do actually get quite a solid amount of interactions before challenges, which is nice. We get to see contestants talk and evolve and have strategies, right? Which I quite enjoy. I enjoy strategy in shows. So we find out that pretty much Ben Deefy has just kind of been stalking Ribbit Image. I don't know, just kind of been hanging about, being here, being there, being everywhere, right? And just not really doing that much, but just hanging around with Ribbit Image, which of course wonders what the hell's going on. Is there a nefarious motive? Is there a positive motive? I mean, Bandit, of course, is known as a super scary entity, right? That like, oh god, they can do anything, right? But it's like, okay, we have seen before that Ben Deefy is capable of delivering positive emotions. I mean, as long if I don't remember if I remember correctly, back in BFBOI, right? One of the scenes had like that blue leafy character with a million eyes, right? And when Ben Deefy saw them, they had heart-shaped eyes or whatever, right? Which means that like Ben Deefy can deliver a positive emotion, like we can feel positive things, so it doesn't have to be negative, right? I'm not a character like Evil Leafy that literally has to be evil all the time. Ben Deefy is not necessarily evil, right? You can play nice. You can be kind to people, and you can't have compassion. Now, presumably that's what's going on here, because I wouldn't see a reason to specifically team up with a character like Ribbit Image for no reason, for a negative purpose, because like what do you gain? The only thing that you can, I guess, say is that you gain sympathy in the game, I guess, if that's the tactic that you're playing, right? If you're extremely friendly to someone and you're bringing someone alongside you to win, then when you're up for elimination, you're going, no, Ben if he's nice, I'll keep them in, right? So that style of voting could be a potential reason to why Ben Deefy could be doing it, but I don't think there's that much strategy going on in here. I think that's is just kind of Ben Deefy going, "Yo, we got here. This my friend from the very start. We the two goats. So yeah, they're doing that. Um, then eventually we end up having Dry Ice in the Slime Cube, coordinating, and they decide to form an alliance, okay, because they're deadly things in their own way. I guess Dry Ice is deadly. And then we end up having some other people join the alliance because of them being deadly things. Lava is pretty deadly if you touch lava, of course. So Lava, despite being all jolly, ends up joining. And then Black Holy, who I mean already kind of has nothing better to do, ends up also joining. I'm surprised that somebody like Black Holy doesn't say now. Basically, it's kind of like I find it interesting Black Holy in this because Black Holy in this and Black Holy in BFB are kind of they're kind of an interesting division of characters because the way that we nerf Black Hole in a show like BFB, because okay, the concept of a black hole character, you have to nerf them in some way. You just have to. Okay, it's simply a requirement. It's too OP, right? So the way that they nerf Black Hole and BFB and Teapot is they make them extremely death averse, right? They make them extremely like, no, we're not going to do murder, we're not going to do any of that stuff, that's bad, right? The way that we're kind of nerfing Black Hole here is that they're extremely like spaced out as a person almost. They're like, don't notice things, they kind of don't care about things, and they're extremely lay low. So even though they can probably manifest anything they want, they end up kind of just not doing anything because they don't really want. So then we have our alliance called the Deadly Dudes. We get a alliance logo, which I mean, not exactly a thing that we need, but it's cool. We don't have regular teams, so we can't do that section. So it's nice to at least have some of that. Gummy tries to join as one of Black Holy's friends. However, nah, Gummy does not prove. Herself to be deadly enough for the class, and they successfully shun her out. And we have ourselves the elimination, where I get it completely wrong. It turns out that Lava is safe with 800 votes. You know what? It is a vote to save. I think if it was a vote to eliminate, I might have been correct. But in a vote to save, Lava ends up just kind of being a fun character, to be fair. I didn't clock it. If I'm not mistaken, Lava was one of the top picks to win BFBOI, if I'm not mistaken. And also just kind of a fun, whimsical character, joyous character that you want to see go far, you want to see go through in the long run, right? So that makes sense. And it turns out that eliminated is the other person, which in that group of two, which was OJ. So goodbye, OJ. It's a bit unfortunate, to be honest, but oh well, I guess they're gone. It was a relatively close elimination in the sense that like whoever got out, I would have personally been like, oh, that's unfortunate. Like everybody up there was like, there wasn't a character which I consider kind of useless. Everybody there could have had arcs, but they don't. Second challenge, freezer. You have to be 60 minutes in a freezer. And the people that die will be up for elimination. So we could have 0 people up for elimination, 1 person up for elimination, however many people up for elimination. And all of that stuff. So yeah, we end up having ourselves time. I will say I do think that they should have added a clock somewhere on the screen so that we could darkly see how much time has passed. Because okay, there's the time being like, oh, 10 minutes later, oh, 20 minutes later. But then I gotta do math. Come on, just have a timer, have a countdown, have a TikTok, right? But Yeah, a couple of people try to not freeze to death. Of course, some characters just kind of don't because that's just how they are, right? They struggle. Some characters are struggling. And they have to try to find ways for warmth, such as a heated blanket, which a graduation hat has, so they end up being relatively chill. I'm surprised that no character attempts to seek warmth within another character. You know, because, like, for example, it's a hat, right? Wouldn't the hat just be able to protect the lollipop? For example, they're buds, right? You know, like the lollipop will be able to go under the hat, and then you're safe from you're safe from the cold over there, right? Let's say it goes, for example, if a character just went in the bucket, it would be less cold, right? You know, it's kind of like that style of character, or within the box set. You know, like it's like it would. It's a type of tactic that I'm surprised nobody tried. Like that's not even a thing, right? So that's like interesting. Then eventually Eggy ends up teaming up with Red Stick to try to get farther in the game. All right. And Red Stick, of course, has been trying to play very tactical now because last time they were just full all guns blazing, and it turns out that when you blaze guns, you probably end up one of them ricochets off to yourself. So you end up getting out, which is unfortunate for Red Stick. However, they were trying to team up, so they do end up teaming up. Black Holy expectedly doesn't experience cold, so they're just kind of chilling. Lava also usually doesn't feel like they're experiencing cold, but the Slime Cube does, which ends up causing a little bit of a problem. Gummy ends up being quite sad at Black Holy's friend. You know, they're not allowed into the alliance, but the alliance stays firm. Deadly dudes only. Gummy not deadly, and therefore can't join. So no, that's fair enough. But it turns out, despite being deadly dudes, they're actually quite prone to freezing. So that ends up unfortunate. Then absolute chaos starts getting caused after Red Stick, after trying to entertain themselves, ends up sort of making a gigantic ice block fall, which ends up getting. Wait, who ends up getting destroyed? Lollipop? No, Boxhead ends up getting destroyed as the gigantic bossing falls with them. Yet again, I'm surprised that one of the top tactics to not feel cold is to just kind of run around. You know, you generate heat by just like running around, not instead of just like standing there, sitting there in the ice, doing nothing. Like you have to move to be warm. This is not even a thing that people are doing. Nobody is doing this. Why are we not doing the top tactics to stay warm? You know, what are we doing out here? Ben Deefy fears this tactic and decides to absolutely cause mass havoc on literally everything and everyone. Gold manages to indeed prove that they are powerful and keep them alive. The duo in the heating blanket ends up getting crushed. The dry ice ends up also getting crushed. Lava just melts it through. I will say, if a gigantic pile of ice drops on the dry ice, are they dead? Because they're ice. They just become more ice. No, I don't know. I guess they might have shattered, but I didn't see it shatter. So if they're just under there, is it like a pile of snow or is it a pile of ice? But if it's a pile of snow, the dryer should be chill. I don't know if I agree with the sentiments of the dry ice dying there, but lava is capable of just melting it through. But eventually, the lava is getting more and more cobblestoney, until eventually we do successfully turn into stone right before the end of the challenge. And then we end up having our safe fellas. So who ended up being our safe fellas? Black Holy, makes sense. Gold and the freaking punching training dummy ends up being safe. Those are the strong ones. Bucket, Bucket was quite cold, but I guess just kind of soloed it. A bunch of characters just kind of did it. Like Bucket, Ribbit Image just kind of didn't freeze. You know, they were cold, but they didn't freeze. Gummy and Eggy and were just kind of distracted. Red Stick was very close to freezing, but they end up being safe. Bandifi, I guess, also doesn't experience cold because they're just built different. And then Lollipop was in the heating blanket majority of the time, so they're also safe. That means that the up for elimination, graduation hat, boxhead lava, hat, slime cube, and dry ice. So we have a lot of these characters, of course, did have some things to do when it comes to the vote to save. So I don't know. Okay, this is interesting. because the Alliance did kick out a fellas. However, it's a vote to save. I'm gonna say Slime Cube gets out. Okay, I have no idea, but I'm saying Slime. But Slime is from the other show. They have fans from the other show. I don't know, maybe. No, but there are BJ from the other show, so they probably didn't appear in the other show. I'm gonna say Slime Cube gets out because Lava's got fans. Hat is vibing with graduation. Hat. Um, they're doing that. Dry Ice, I think, is more interesting than Slime Cube. Not, I mean, God. Dry Ice technically had a more unfortunate fate than Slime Cube, I think. Lava's a fan favorite. And then, yeah, Boxhead, even though I don't know if Boxhead has that many fans, I do think that Boxhead probably gets by on just simply being unfortunate, like it's not their fault necessarily that they got out. That was Red Six fault. So I'm saying Slime Cube gets out because they just froze. That was just them. Or maybe I'm thinking. One final thing I'd like to point out, I really like how Ben Deefy is included on the ending credits, even though they don't have a voice actor, because it's nice to use those images as those like cast images as a proper way to see the entire cast. So whenever there's a silent character just gone, it ends up being kind of weird, or character doesn't speak in that episode. So I'm glad that we get to see Ben Deefy there as well. Anyways, episode 3 of BOIBB. Oh geez, sure is crowded up here. Okay, I just watched the episode 3 of BOIBB. Oh geez, it sure is crowded up here. So, we end up, of course, having our first set of interactions. Red Stick, actually being friends with a person for once, for both game reasons and non-game reasons. Start doing some graffiti art, which, I mean, obviously Red Stick would do some graffiti art. I find it interesting how they've just remained in their frozen self. Like, they didn't die, which is interesting, because I thought they did that last time. I thought, like, they died immediately after they got out, but no, they didn't die. They've actually just remained, like, frozen. That's gotta be pain, bro. Imagine just literally, like, being near freezing all the time. That's, like, bruh. But, they've seemed to adapt to it pretty well. It would have been interesting to see like a potential, like, what if like they're literally just so cold all the time that they can't think. But nope, we are acting relatively normal here. Then we end up having a Gummy. This is the main crash out here of the episode. So Gummy is upset that Black Holy went away, to do the friend group with the other fellas, and Gummy's like, hey, but that was supposed to be my friend. We were supposed to go all the way. So then Gummy eventually, Eggy's like, yo, you can just go talk to them, right? So they eventually go do that, but first we actually have our elimination. That's true. With Balloon Leo, the hit character that exists, which look, it's very goofy. I must say, I don't know who made. I mean, it was credited to who made the balloon, but look, it's a good balloon. Okay, I'm a fan of this balloon. I enjoy this balloon. So here we have our bye time. Now, this vote to save is interesting because it's so close. Like, in general, nearly everybody in the middle ends up not in that many votes. Like, there's not a standout fan favorite, but there isn't that big of a standout hate. It turned out that our standout fan favorite still, the most standout fan favorite is Lava, who just gets 100 more than everybody else. So, okay. That's going to be interesting. How is Lava ever going to get out? I don't know. We'll have to find out, because Lava ends up having quite a way to get votes in a vote to save. So we know that that's interesting. Everybody else kind of ends up in the 300s, like literally, like between Dry Ice, Graduation Hat, and the freaking Slime Cube. Then they're getting within 10. So I did get it wrong. It turned out that the Ocean non-fan favorite wasn't Slime Cube. It was actually Hat with a significantly too low amount of 149 ends up being gone. And I mean, that's harsh. That's like a harsh number, bro. That's like nothing. Compared to the rest of them, that's like nothing. Literally 100 less than the next one. I wasn't expecting Hat to be that unpopular, because I thought that it was kind of an interesting arc, how they were doing with Graduation Hat and stuff. But I guess it's like, why would you want to save them? They're being extremely skeptical. They're being kind of negative thinking, right, and doing a bunch of that stuff. And it's like, okay, I mean, we want some more positive energy in general. these vote to saves, they do tend to lean into more positive energy as well. So in general, yeah, Ha ends up leaving. They accept their loss with open arms and goodbye. So now we have the Gummy crash out. So Gummy wants to talk about Black Hole. No, to Black Hole. However, then the friend group calls them over, and they're gonna leave until Gummy is like, "It's all man, it's freaking you and your stupid ass friend group. You don't ever hang out with me anymore. You don't care about me no more, and you're leaving me away." Right? And Black Hole gets super upset at this. Of course, I mean they're both just get super upset at this, but eventually Gummy is like, I'm not gonna be friends with you if you're friends with other people. Screw off. So then we eventually decide to not be friends anymore, which Gummy gets sad about. Black Hole is also upset about it. Um and yeah, then we have ourselves a challenge. Before that, I mean, it's kind of interesting. Of course, I think the person in the wrong here is definitely Gummy, right? Because it's like that whole is like, oh, yo, I got other friends as well, and I gotta be busy being their friends for a bit, you know. Like when it's a long time friendship, right? You end up the like after a little bit, you just get it, you know, and you don't need to talk on a 100% consistent basis, right? Because it's a no friend. We know, like when we meet, it's gonna be great. When we talk, it's gonna be good. But if we're busy, right? That's how longer time friends work, right? But instead, the thing about but with new friends is that you gotta build that friendship more often, so that way you can bring them eventually over to the class. So that's why people end up hanging out with their more recent friends mainly, and then the older friends, they also come in, right? Of course it depends person by person, but like that's what kind of Black Hole is doing. But Gami just said no more friends banned. You cannot be friends with anybody but me. And I'm like, bro, what? Then we end up having alien rock appear, which apparently spawns in a parasite from the grass. It can't climb onto any platforms, but it fully vibes around in the grass and eats literally anything or anyone that it sees, which is interesting. I like Fish's sentence. This hurts really bad, and then they just fly away and regen their limbs. It's kind of interesting. Fish is like a proper algebraian style crazy host. They're like mildly they're not as mean as somebody like to their contestants directly. You know, like they're half mean, but they're not gonna like murder them. They're not that rash, but they are still kind of that dookie host. So they're fun. All right, Fish is fun. Eventually, everybody runs away, and then we end up having our challenge: get to of a platform where to the recovery center platform where Fish is, and then the challenge ends up being you're safe if you make it because it's technically the floor is lava. By the way, wait, was this recovery center always here? I mean, I guess it is, right? Because they're back on Earth, right? Because that was the problem because everybody was on the moon, right? Everybody was on the moon, so that way they didn't have recovery because it was all the way down on Earth. Then they're like, oh, we need a new recovery system. So then we invented the recovery tokens, right? Because of course the recovery center was on Earth, but now we're back on Earth. Yes, the recovery tokens we're still using them, but yeah, we can also just use the recovery center, which I guess everybody just kind of forgot about. So okay, that makes sense. Gummy ends up being immediately safe because of that. I'm not 100% sure who an average viewer would have taken the side of in that Gummy and Black Holy debate, but in my opinion, Gummy's definitely wrong. So I would have, I think if they were up for 11, they end up being quite a bit safe. They end up being quite a bit out. However, in this case, Gummy is immediately safe. So, oh well. Then we have ourselves some tactics of people trying stuff. Bandifi immediately dies. No, Ribbit Image immediately dies, and Bandifi decides to take this moment to, of course, TP to the finish. So they're chilling, and most people end up kind of struggling. Black Holy wanted to bring everybody. I mean, didn't necessarily want to bring everybody across. However, Boxhead immediately, or Balloon Boxhead, ends up striking them with the stick that was the prize last episode. As one of the random items, and eventually manages to somehow balloon it over. Can't believe that worked. Genuinely, that's insane. That's an insane level tactic for like discovery, or like the uprise. You know what? It's fair enough, but that's crazy tactics. Fair enough. There to box head. Then eventually, the graduation hat ends up inventing a pretty interesting strategy, which is of course throw pebbles at the ground. You have to build a path that doesn't use grass because nobody's able to actually just make the jump, right? So that means you have to use a path, and you gotta make it. What can you use to make it? You have to just use the pebbles. That's the only thing that's there. Unless they could have like the only other way that I could imagine, like for example, if they took the fence, if they like managed to rip out the fence from the ground and then put it over the grass, then I guess you could walk on the fence, right? But like in general, it's that'd be too complicated. So those pebbles are really the only way to do that. So they end up doing it, but of course it's kind of complicated because a pebble's a pebble, right? So it ends up taking a really long time. And in the meantime, the red stick ends up somehow landing after trying to grab onto the balloon co-host to get over. Balloon agrees to do it, but ends up being kind of complicated. Eventually, Gold tries to grab onto red stick, fails. Then the freaking striking image ends up doing the freaking what do you call it? The training buddy ends up launching themselves into the red stick, which knocks them off, however, knocks red stick into the safe area, and the training dummy also just dies. Then we have the two spots left. We finally figure out that the recovery machine is a recovery machine, so red stick recovers Eggy and then ends up, keeping them safe. And then eventually they want to recover Ribbit image, but right before they can do that, the slime cube decides to YOLO a jump from there. You gotta remember they're mildly stretchy, so they successfully do manage to make the jump. I was wondering why they didn't do that, because in the first challenge they ended up managing to utilize their ultra stretchiness to their advantage, but in this case they didn't, which I always find it a little bit interesting. And that means that all the other people are up for elimination. Um, uh, Black hole, ribbit image, Goldie, lava bucket, training dummy, no punching dummy, black holy, lollipop, graduation hat, and dry eyes. A lot of people up for elimination, and to be fair, that was entirely the choice of our host here. It's not because a lot of people failed the challenge. It's kind of just because majority of people, only 6 people were allowed to be safe. Who's getting out here? It's the vote to save. Apparently, it's the last vote to save. Black Holy safe. They're also fan favorite. Lava safe again. Lava's just one of those characters where I feel like we've kind of calculated over in the writing department that if we put Lava up for elimination, we're not actually risking Lava getting out. So we could just have other people be safe rather than Lava. So that way, Lava is just immediately going to be one of the first ones safe, because then you can do that. This is a tab that people use in vote to saves. It's like a character's not getting eliminated anyways. We can put a character more in danger safe and have a safer characters in. Ribbon image should be safe because the whole thing with Ben Deefy. They also get the last line of the episode. Then bucket I think is also relatively safe. Dry ice I think got enough votes. Graduation hat is dead. I think the people who are dead are safe. So like Goldie, punching dummy, graduation, I think they're safe, which I think puts me saying lollipops out. I think that puts me saying lollipops out, because the thing about the dead people is that you can directly see that they're dead, you know. But I'm gonna say that lollipops out. Is it lollipop or Goldie in my opinion? I'm gonna say lollipop in this case, but I'm not being very good at predicting these because there's also just a lot of options all the time. So yeah. Apparently, Ben Deefy has now learned how to make noises with their teeth, which ends up being interesting. I still don't think they have a nefarious motive. I think it'd be cooler if they didn't have a nefarious motive, because everybody thinks that Ben Deefy has a bad motive, you know? Like, because they're the scary one. They gotta be evil. Like, can Ben Deefy just be nice? Please, don't be evil. Come on, don't be evil. Don't be evil. Don't be evil. I don't want you to be evil. Be nice. Okay. Alright. It's officially time for BOIBB 4, which is titled Ribbit Image is Also Safe. Let's go. Alright, so I have just watched the episode 4 of BOIBB. We have here at the beginning a cameo with people. I don't know who these are. I mean, I'm sure it's a collab or whatever. I mean, I don't... What what show would have the Burger King? Like the big dog Burger King themselves is one of the characters. I don't know, but they exist. So good job to that show, I guess, for doing what you're doing. And then there's also some algebra brilliant looking. I don't know what symbol is that. This that's gotta be like a letter in a different alphabet. But yeah, we're hanging out with those, and then we end up having some recoveries. I don't think that the parasite in the ground is solved yet. Um, Even though we actually just make no mention of it at all, we just end up hanging out up there the entire time. So I think that implies that the parasite in the ground is still chilling. So don't fall in the ground; you will be dead. So yeah, it's not great, but alrighties then. So we end up having the elimination procedure take place. I must say, remember when I said that the host wasn't as unbelievably unreasonable as for? Now scratch that. In this episode, they're pretty damn unreasonable. They were okay. It depends on the vibe of the day, right? Some day they're just more easily annoyed than usual. Okay, and in this episode, they're very easily annoyed. So we end up having the I don't have no idea what the prize is. It's something that gets censored out. I was trying to figure out what word they're saying, because they do say a word. It does actually get bleeped. Like, it's not like they don't say anything, but I cannot tell you. Like, um but yeah, black hole is safe. I will say, it's what a tactic, by the way, of like making a character look distressed, because it's like it's so easy. You just draw their eyes, and then you just draw like this one like wrinkle below their eye, right? Like this one line below their eye, and immediately they go from looking perfectly fine to looking tired, stressed, worried, any of that stuff. This one line immediately solves all your problems, and it's like it's such an easy way to do it, but it works so efficiently. To be fair, like I can't really blame it. It's very 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 functional. So you do what you got to do. And it turns out that eventually eliminated with the least votes to save is Bucket by about 10. I was very close. I predicted a good Goldie Lollipop bottom too. I just didn't consider Bucket. Why did I not consider Bucket? I don't know. I don't know why I didn't consider Bucket. I guess I thought Bucket, being kind of like a shy one, gets more votes to save automatically. But nah, I mean, okay, that's fair. I guess Bucket wasn't doing too much. And they end up being gone. So bye bye. It's called bye bye time. So you end up being bye bye. But so yeah, Bucket is officially gone, and we end up having Graduation Hat be very upset at the freaking slime cube for pushing them into the parasite ground. Which, I mean, I guess, yeah, that makes sense. I would be upset too. I think it's a little bit unreasonable, because again, we're in a world where we've got recovery centers, right? So like, we've got recovery centers, and you're incentivized to win. And Graduation Hat would know. I mean, Graduation Hat is a strategist at best, tactic at best. So it's like, why is this guy suddenly on about morals and shit? When like, this is one of the guys who's trying to win the most. Like, this is one of the guys who's trying to invent proper tactics to win. And when somebody comes up with a good tactic to win, now you get upset because it costs on you. Like, come on. I thought you made sense, right? But instead you don't make sense. So that's a kind of weird. Then eventually we end up having the new stage of the competition, teams. However, we don't actually get to pick the teams because they will go alphabetically, kind of. um, Except Goldie. Goldie ends up being the last team, and then one person, Ribbit, gets completely forgotten about. So yeah. So let's start off with the team over there in the middle. The Brainiacs, which is Graduation Hat, Eggy, Gummy, and also Lava. So this team is alright. We've got Lava, who go along with shit. Eggy, who is sort of a very motivating figure, just in general. We kind of have everybody. Eggy will play along with anybody and kind of helps it out. And then the Graduation is a strategist who, to be fair, invents pretty good strategies. Like, the thing about the Pebble strategy last time is that it didn't work, mainly because it just took a while. But as a strategy, it was going to function at the main purpose, which was getting from point A to point B, right? Which means that, okay, I mean, if that works, it works, right? However, in general, the main issue was simply just that it kind of it wasn't working out too much. So yeah. And then Gummy is kind of just off of the script right now. So this team's pretty good. I think this team has high chances of functioning well. I like this team quite a bit. Then we got the Goldie team. I mean, Goldie is a powerful player. If it's a strategy, like if it's a game of numbers, kind of like how this challenge is, Goldie definitely gonna struggle because like you can do as much as one person, and even if it's like a top tier performance, if a team just has three average performers, they're gonna outdo you. So that's kind of ends up being the half problem. But in general, Goldie's fine as as a singular team player. Then we got coughing sound effect, which is the team of Ribbit Image, Lollipop, Punching Buddy, Punching Dummy, the Slime Cube, and the Red Stick. So this team is kind of a global division of everybody, right? Because Red Stick isn't with Eggy. Slime Cube isn't with the Alliance. The Punching Dummy isn't with Goldie. Lollipop just had their friends eliminated. And Ribbit Image isn't with Bendifi, right? Which means that on average, this team ends up kind of being a lot of arcs sort of randomly intertwining, right? And then we're doing a bunch of stuff. Some characters are worried, some characters aren't. But what does he work on their own? A lot of these people are going to be distracted, man. A lot of these people are going to be distracted. Who's the leader in this team? That's the problem. Because Red Stick doesn't want to be the leader because being a leader kind of hurt him usually. The Punching Buddy is like they're very YOLO. Like they go for very risky strategies. The Sun Cube is a bit worried. Ribbit Image and Lollipop are a bit quieter. I don't see a leading figure in this team. This team's gonna have some problems. I mean, I don't know. Because like they're kind of doing it. If they can all agree on something, they're gonna be able to do it pretty well. However, they don't agree on something, they're gonna have major problems. Then we end up having the team Icky Sticky because Fish ends up picking the team name. Is Black Hole. He could not care less. Boxhead is of course what the Alliance despises, and then there's also Bendifi, who is also there. Um, this team is okay. I mean, it's sort of it's very uncoordinated because Black Holy could not care less about anything right now. They're just miserable. Bendifi is impossible to coordinate with because you can't communicate. Boxhead you don't want to communicate with because they murdered you. And then Dry Ice is just kind of there dealing with the rest of them at the same time because like I'm sure Dry Ice would play along with a leader, but just nobody else wants to listen to anything. So it just ends up being a little bit of a complicated situation here. I expect this team to probably lose relatively soon. Then we end up having the challenge to grab balls, put them in basket, half hour, go. And the teams, in fact, they go and do exactly that. Some teams have some strategies, but you see, you see how the Brainiacs take the strategy. Lava Protect, right? Have a protector in case somebody's gonna steal it. Have a dangerous protector. We're taking the Brainiacs, we're using the danger Lava Protectors. That way, Lava just touches somebody is GG, right? And then the others can just grab the balls and be solid. The Kiseki team, I mean, they don't get along well, but at the end of the day, the challenge is pretty easy, right? You just grab balls and put them in the thing. So, we end up doing that. Then what's going on? The teams are doing pretty well. Goldie's team does well until Bendifi randomly is like, yeah, I'm noticing that Ribbit Image's team is struggling a little bit, right? So then Bendifi decides to take the Goldie, because of course the Goldie one is non-protected, and bring them over to the Ribbit Image one to try to make them extra safe, which, fair enough. Of course, you want to protect the Ribbit Image for some mysterious reason. I really heard that you're nice. But yeah, Bendifi ends up kind of doing what they're doing until we end up going in near the end, and Goldie's like, shit, I'm gonna lose. And of course, if just Goldie loses, they get out. As soon as I saw this, I was immediately like, nope, Goldie literally cannot lose. It's one of those things. It's super rare in a show that when there's a solo team that up for heal, that never happens. It just doesn't. It just doesn't happen. This is why I don't like it, because it's so unbelievably like obvious that if you are forming a solo team or just one person, they're not losing. They're just not losing. You're not gonna write them to lose because that makes the viewers have no say, and that makes it seem unfair because like we didn't get to choose this elimination, right? So that's why you just don't do it. I don't like this as a writing thing, even though shows do this all the time. The only time they did it is, to be fair, in Teapot, after a while of cheesing it, they did actually eliminate Teardrop, which, again, I don't like that because it's like, bro, you should have had Teardrop be in a vote, get voted off. But okay, Teardrop gets out, But yeah, I'm not a fan of solo teams, like, at all. I think that they're a rather bad ploy. But anyway, Goldie manages to steal from the Ribbit image team on the last second and make themselves safe, which means that team ends up being up for elimination. Coughing sound effect .mp3. We end up having the middleman voting system, which is pretty much don't be in the middle. If you have the most votes, you're safe. If you have the least votes, you're safe. You can't get third. In this case, third, right? Because third is in the middle. Well, this is an interesting team to do the middleman method with because, again, there's a lot of different arcs going on. It's pretty much asking, what arc do you care about, right? Do you care about Ribbit Image and Bandifi? Do you care about Lollipop and the Hat? Do you care about Red Stick and Eggy? Do you care about Slime Cube and the Alliance? Do you care about Punching Dummy and Goldie? It's like kind of, what do you care about, right? It's a very interesting vote. So, however, who gets the least and who gets the most? I think that in the middle, who gets in the middle? I think that Punching Dummy gets the least. Red Stick gets the most. Okay. Ribbit Image gets the second most. Then Lollipop gets in third and Slime Cube gets in fourth. Or do I say Slime Cube gets in third? No. I'm saying Lollipop gets fourth. And then Slime Cube gets in third, and Slime Cube is in the middle. That's my prediction of how these votes are going to play. But I very rarely predicted middleman methods because they're so like rare that I don't really know. I mean, it's kind of like it's a kind of a random eliminate. Like it's a scramble when we have a voting system with a middleman because like we have no idea what we're doing when we're voting them. It's like, hold on, you're voting them to stay out of the middle or to bring them into the middle, like it ends up being a scramble and the viewers don't usually know what exactly they're voting for. However, that's my prediction. I think in general people acted as a vote to save probably in this case because that's the way it's worded, stay out of the middle, and that's also kind of the way that it ends up going. So all right, that is BOIBB 4. Let's head into BOIBB 5. You're welcome. I had to freaking tell this. I had to say it cutely. Okay, let's go. All right, so that's a big episode in terms of just general importance to our story. So we end up having a couple of things happen. First of all, we end up discovering that we finally have dealt with the parasite on the floor. Fish, of course, kind of manages to lure them in by using the hit stick that, of course, murders anything it touches, including the random parasite. And indeed, it does work. So, you know what? That is a pretty solid tactic. I am a fan. So I must say that this intro music is fire. I don't think I've actually mentioned that yet, but this intro music might be one of the greatest things ever invented. Origami King or whatever it was. I checked the description. Wait, what song was it? Autumn Mountain Battle Theme. Shout out to whoever composed that. Shout out to composed that. That's a banger. That's so good, bro. But anyways, we have our elimination where we ended up having the middleman. So I don't think I did that bad in trying to predict the middleman. To be honest, I got it wrong, but I don't think I was that far off, Like I was roughly realistic. But I like how Red Stick is slowly turning not unfreezing. I really like how they were hanging out with lava. I thought that was interesting. I don't think this is what Red Stick's doing, but if the situation is that Red Stick has been hanging out with lava for the sake of doing a of like warming themselves back into shape. I think that's very cute. So I think I enjoy that possibility quite a lot. But it turns out that the middleman ends up being punching Buddy with right there in the middle of the votes with 13 more votes than Lollipop. So yeah, punching dummy, I guess, just isn't like, I think the punching dummy and Goldie like arc is the one that the least amount of people care about. It's one of the ones that are like, it's not that interesting, compared to some other ones which are pretty interesting. I think what's going on with those two, it's not that interesting. Just Goldie going like, yo, are you a fan of me? Okay, I guess we work together. So yeah, unfortunate here. The punchy dummy ends up being sent right there into the hole, and then we get to discover what the hole is. Apparently, it's a portal to a different dimension. Now, we don't know, they don't actually get to adventure around this dimension because they're fenced off, and none of them will try to break through the fence. At least nobody that's currently there has there to try to punch through. Which is interesting. I mean, I wonder what happens when somebody who's a bit more of a rebellious entity starts hopping over. But so far, it turns out that there's really nothing there except a giant TV that has the show on it, so they can, I guess, keep looking at the show, which is pretty nice. Like at least you get to more properly see what's going on. I wonder, as usual, what feed they're looking at. I always find this type of thing very, very interesting when the show is playing, like, within the show. It's like, are they getting the same feed as us? Because, for example, like, Ribbit Image keeps talking about OJ and whatever, right? And then they get all secreted up with freaking Ben Deefy, right? And then it's like, okay, well, we see that as part of the show. Do they see that as part of the show? Because they're also watching the show, right? Like that, like that's an interesting little detail that I always find to not know. My prediction is no, I don't think they're doing that. I think they just have like one global feed, right? And it's not the edited version here. But I find it interesting because like OJ would know how much Ribbit Image talks about them in that case. I love the gag of them going like, oh my god, Fish is about to announce the next challenge, and then it's Fish saying, I'm about to announce the next challenge. That was a great gag. That was very funny. But eventually we end up having a new recovery machine with the recovery tokens, as the bot automatically does it. There's only 25 tokens remaining. Finally, we actually addressed this. Back in BFBOI originally mentioned it, that theoretically that means that there's a limited amount of tokens, a limited amount of revivals, but we just completely don't mention that as a thing that matters, until like that ends up being a thing, So glad that we at least have that as a thing. I'm not going insane. There's an infinite pool of tokens. I don't really know what's the point when like we have a recovery center again. Like we have the recovery center right there. I thought we did that. Or was that just for the chat? Was that conveniency? Like they didn't leave the recovery machines over there. You can just go recover people, right? Am I dumb? Like we used that for the episode. Like what? Did it go away? What happened to it? Like what? But okay. I guess we'll meet in the meantime that we have tokens. We have tokens. We end up having some recovered characters. Balloon Leo, the box balloon head. No, not the box balloon head. And the other fella. And in the meantime, we end up having Pandifi immediately speed running, getting Ribbit Image out of there. In the meantime, we get to discover what the just-in-case thing that we end up seeing in episode 2 was. Apparently, it spawns out a bunch of people who were just chilling in there, mostly in a coma, except for Penny, which has gone insane from being in those halls for, like, literally decades. Apparently decades. For the record, I have no idea what the timeline of MCS uploads are. Okay, because I'm not. I just have no idea when MCS videos were uploaded. But I do think a couple of them were uploaded in the midst of BOIBB, right? Kind of like how the first couple of Teapot episodes were uploaded in the midst of BFB, right? However, yeah, in this case, I don't know if it's directly there. I don't know if MCS 2 or whatever we discover that this happens, and then in this episode it matters, right? Like I don't know. I don't know how the timeline of MCS uploads are. Where we end up seeing a cast which Grassblocks introduces. I'm gonna be absolutely for real. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I kind of don't blame Boxbot. This cast that Grassblock introduces is not good. Holy shit, it's so bad. We have three characters that cannot speak. We have three characters that are direct BFB copies: Fiery Jr., 8 Ball, and Woody. And then we end up having, and the only characters that are even remotely, I guess, unique are Glass Block themselves. No, they're remotely interesting. I was like, no, there's four characters that can't speak. The only characters that end up being remotely interesting are like 10, the freaking Canadian head, and then Penny and Glass Block themselves. But that's a 4 out of like 12. That's an abysmal cast. I'm sorry. Yeah, it wouldn't be good. You know what? Go get new contestants. Screw that. Oh my god, that is crazy. But anyways, eventually they try to figure out a way, and we end up discovering Ben Deefy, which talks. Ben Deefy talks. OMG, Ben Deefy is not a statue moving. Oh my god, this is crazy. This is insane, right? It's a big moment, of course, to discover that Ben Deefy actually talks, and Ben Deefy's I saw you as a worthy competitor because you won that first challenge, so I will help you throughout the competition. However, because we want to meet each other in the finals, so that way I can win. All right, so that is the idea that Ben Deefy is doing. And I mean, it's interesting. Like, it's an interesting tactic, right? It's like, okay, we want to, as a strong competitors, we want to be going over and doing all that stuff, which is cool. But one of the things that I find interesting is that it's an interesting tactic because one of the best things to do in a reality show is be social. That's what people do, right? And Ben Deefy is directly ignoring that because you can be the strongest competitor, but at some points your team's just gonna lose, not because of your fault, right? And then you're probably gonna get eliminated for being the least interesting. I'm curious about whether people will actually allow a character like Ben Deefy to do their shtick, right? Will they allow themselves to do that? Maybe. To be honest, they might. I don't. Oh, I can't decide if the people will think this is cool or not. It's in a vote to eliminate. I think that no. In a vote to save Ben Deefy safe. In a vote to eliminate Ben Deefy's gone. That's my opinion. Currently. However, we'd have to see. Ribbit Image eventually gets super confused, but accepts the deal of helping them through. I don't think. I mean, it's not exactly that they have a choice, but eventually we end up agreeing that Ben Deefy helps them out until we're doing that. But Ribbit Image is not allowed to tell anybody, nobody at all. So that's gonna be interesting. I guess we will eventually have to find out, and Ribbit Image becomes the third character to become have they hate the line under their eye that implies that they're hilariously worried about everything. I mean, I guess Gummy's kind of recovered. Black Holy is still just miserable. They've actually dealt with it significantly worse. But yeah, Bando Challenge ends up being four of them are on of the other castmates are on the moon. Go grab your designated one, and then they're doing that. Okay, that's all cool. A couple of people do ideas. Black Holy this time doesn't freaking play around. Last time they stalled, they got out, and this time it's like, okay, let's fucking go. Ben Deefy, of course, immediately teleports himself and Ribbit Image up there. And in the meantime, we end up having an infinite ladder glitch from Red Stick all the way to the moon because that makes sense. That's just one of the things that will happen on Earth. You can't, you got, that's just, that's just how life is sometimes. Sometimes you gotta stack your way up with some ladders all the way to the moon, which is great. And also somehow Goldie manages to bounce on a bouncy ball all the way to the fucking moon. What? Huh? Bruh, this challenge is kind of random. This challenge doesn't make much sense. That's why I'm not really gonna talk much about it. It doesn't make much sense. Like, they use logic when they want to use it. I do still like Graduation Hat in terms of like the way that they are very tactical. The Graduation Hat is very, very strong player, to be honest. You know, like they're a little bit unreasonable sometimes, but they're very, very strong. They always have an idea. They have an idea up their sleeves very often, and it ends up working out. Yet again, here in this challenge, the fellas who end up rebuilding the ship. I mean, the graduation hat team does end up losing because it takes them a while to fix the ship. But again, it's the only way they could have realistically gotten to the moon. Like, it's a smart tactic. Okay, it's the only way they could have realistically gotten to the moon. Because unrealistically, you could bounce on a bouncy ball and end up on the moon. What the fuck? I don't know. But Goldie manages to get there. Eventually nasted the fella, and they're going to get there later. You know, they're gonna lose. However, thankfully they ask the eyeball for if they can literally do anything, and it turns out they can snap the other team out of existence, and that means that Goldie is safe. Ah, my god, I am not a fan of solo teams. They suck. They are bad. Not a fan. Okay, it's a lose-lose situation because it's like if we do make them lose and they get eliminated, it's lame and unfair. If they do safe, it's convenient and unfair to the rest of, like it doesn't. It's just a lose-lose no matter how you write it. So don't write a solo team. But whatever, rah. Goldie safe. Either way, the other team isn't up for elimination yet, which is interesting. I don't know how the hell that's gonna work if that challenges didn't matter, because they theoretically should be up for elimination. Maybe it's a contestant vote or something, or possibly the eliminated contestants themselves pick. No, not the eliminated contestants. The debutante contestants pick themselves. I don't know that, like, why exactly that we dodged doing the fit, like we dodged it, but I don't know. We eventually vote on which team should get an advantage in the next episode. No idea. I'm gonna say, would Goldie's team get an advantage because Goldie's the solo? Is that what we're doing? Oh god, that's interesting. No, but nah. Surely. Oh, but maybe they would. I'm gonna say it because I have no idea who would win this vote. Generally, no idea. I'm gonna predict that the Goldie team, because it's just Goldie and Goldie is part of the name, gets the most votes, and then it's safe. And then gets the advantage. That's my prediction. Okay, but that could be extremely wrong. Maybe they get the least votes because they have the least members on the team and the least fans globally. Okay, but my prediction is that the Goldie team goes. All right. But other than that, I don't really know. But anyways, yeah, that was a big episode, very important episode of BOIBB, and we are starting to, get some lore stuff going on in some other aspects. I really need to start knowing what's with Black Hole is going to start being okay, because you've just been miserable forever now. Like, what is going on? It's time for episode 6. Don't call me little. Oh my god, it's a BFDI. Alright, let's go. Okay, so quite a while ago I watched the BOIBB 6, Don't Call Me Little. So let's talk about it. At the beginning we end up discussing a rock, paper, scissors tournament with the fellow other contestants, which, have been busy doing, I guess, nothing, because I guess they haven't had too much to do. So it's a cool scissors tournament. We get to see, I think, a new shot of Lollipop in front. Like, I don't remember seeing Lollipop take the front, like a front-facing pose, but we get to see it. It looks like a completely different character when that happens, to be honest. But yeah, who ends up winning them? I think 10. Yeah, 10 ends up defeating Red Stick. Rock, paper, scissors. The cube ends up losing to the slime cube. Ends up losing to the evil face, and then Goldie beats the grass block. No, I don't really think there was any reason for this. I think they were just kind of having fun, Which, yep, that's fair. Interesting enough, I don't know why there's YouTube auto caption, or are they auto? I don't know, but there's like a bunch of captions. No, sorry, chapters for the video. But we eventually end up having some interesting moves where we have ourselves the elimination. But before we have the elimination, we end up having another chit chat to Gummy, because Gummy is like, no, Black Holy doesn't care about me. Black Holy betrayed me. And the other people are like, hold on, wait, you're snapping at Black Holy because they friggin' had friends. I'm sorry, what the hell? Yet again, we get a major pep talk. Gummy tries to speak, gets firmly destroyed. I like how Black Holy heard that and immediately went away to, I don't know, cry. But some other people end up doing that. But Eggy ends up, yet again, being a very, very good team leader. And relation and like de-escalator, just a very powerful de-escalator. And we turn out that it ends up being a weird windy day. So we end up having our elimination, which is a mini challenge. What is this mini challenge? Grab the thing. Grab the yo-yo that gets sent away. And it turns out that first to grab the yo-yo is Gummy. I must say, I have a feeling that Fish might have a little bit of favoritism towards Gummy. This is like the second or third challenge that we've had where Gummy has like been immediately safe just by default, which is interesting because that's not a thing that's usually happens. It's not a thing that I'd expect to happen very often, right? So like in general, I found that a little bit of a weird detail for sure, but yeah. Then we end up having some other fellas also be safe, such as the other two, and then Lava gets eliminated for not having picked up the yo-yo, which gets thrown at him. This is interesting. It's kind of one of those. It feels very obviously rigged, you know? It feels like, oh, okay, so Lava just isn't getting eliminated with a vote to save. I put him up for elimination every single time, and you'll have not even made Lava even remotely get close to elimination. Alright then, I'll just do it myself. Which, yeah, it makes sense. In terms of if Lava should be eliminated, I mean, in terms of the show, speaking in that way, absolutely. Lava is one of the consistently worst performers in the team, just kind of by quite a while. They end up being pretty bad. I'm pretty sure they're up for elimination the most out of any singular character, and in general, they just perform bad. However, it's just weird because in the context of a voting, they didn't get voted off, and they were one of the fan favorites, and it felt clear that they were going to be sticking around for a while, but we found a way to eliminate Lava. I guess there aren't too many, like, arcs that you can do with Lava, so it is in the best interest to eliminate Lava, I guess, right? Because if you eliminate Lava, then you could just give space for other characters to do stuff, because Lava isn't really going to be an arc starter. Lava's just going to be a jolly good fella that's having a jolly good time, a jolly good place, right? And it's like, okay, I mean, I get it, but it's kind of, bro. um so, I get it. It's a little bit weird. But then the storm starts getting very, very, very bad. And the storm just so continues to blow stronger and stronger until we end up having the challenge. Like, hold on to the pole. Hold on to the pole. If you don't hold on to the pole, you will lose. If you do, you will win. Which, all right, that's fair. It seems like the advantage. I don't know who ended up winning the advantage, but there's also one random twist. Um, we end up having the recovery center fly away, so Ribbit Image and Black Holy, I guess, and the other fella ends up also getting out. We discover that Black Holy is I'm pretty sure it's the cause of the wind. They're just sad, so the reactors is taking notice of them being upset. A couple of fellas can't survive, such as the freaking cube. The slime cube. I'm curious now that slime cube's dead if they will be recovered with their bone pieces, because like they always wouldn't be recovered, right? Because those stayed. Those aren't necessarily a part of the slime cube body. They're just something that is there now. So I wonder if when they'll get revived, it'll be on. I mean, my guess is gonna be yes because it's a part of the design. However, theoretically, when recovered, they shouldn't get those back because that's not a part of their body. But eventually, Gummy realizes that they have to go talk to Black Holy at any means necessary. So they abandon the challenge for the sake of doing that, and Eggy also eventually flies off right into Bob. Until the graduation hat ends up deciding to rope their tie around to be safe. They claim that they're smart, and you know what? Yeah, you're smart. To be fair, like, okay, I appreciate to have a smart character from time to time that actually is smart, because so many times you end up having those characters with 1 million IQ. I have so much IQ, and then they end up making the dumbest decisions of all time because they're over smart. But it's nice to see a character like Graduation Hat, which, to be fair, yes, they're a little bit egotistic about their smartness, but they are pretty smart and they do invent good strategies very often. Would I say that the strategy that they currently invented is good? Maybe. I mean, if the wind gets too strong, theoretically, the wire could get ripped, but it's one of the best ideas. It should be done, I guess, in tandem with holding on to the pole. Then we end up having metal shoes, which the freaking Boxhead somehow has. I don't know from where those have resided, but okay, I guess you have those now. And then Gami uses that to be able to walk forward against the wind. Again, I don't think that's how logic works, but eventually the wind's getting worse, and Gami ends up talking to Black Holy, who is freaking radiating. Oh my god! And they're going, uh, saying that they're sorry for not giving you the space. And eventually they say that they're sorry. Black Holy looks back and eventually causes the storm to end right at its peak. Bendifi flipping dies, gets freaking torn in half. That's crazy, right? They had a pretty solid strategy to hang on, but I guess they died. And that team ends up getting eliminated. However, apparently the twist is whoever was the last of the pool is immune. So Bendifi is immune, which is a little bit convenient because we are quite early into the Ben Deefy being an interesting character arc, and I'm still not sure if we were gonna be eliminating Ben Deefy. Right? It's a very dangerous game to play something like this for Ben Deefy, like the Ben Deefy Ribbit image stuff, because it's like we need these characters to make it at least somewhat far so that they can develop, but at the same time, the viewers are kind of very likely to vote them now, so you kind of gotta keep them safe for a little bit, right? Eventually, we don't get to see what exactly happens to Black Holy, but we just know that I guess they stopped the storm. Balloon Leo ends up deciding to help with hosting, and now we have our contestants having their debut talk. 8-Ball doesn't care. Haha, you see, because they don't care. 10 did win the rock, paper, scissors, so they could make it pretty far. I think these are in alphabetical order, which is funny because, of course, numbers are first. Bob can talk. Boppy is a bop it. I mean, I don't. It's not exactly an interesting character. Can of Beans is just from another show. Canadian Head is, of course, we saw them. Evil Face, we saw them. Grass Block should have made a Minecraft joke. Come on, you know what to do. Yeah, no, make a Minecraft joke. I don't know what's a time appropriate Minecraft joke in 2023, but make a Minecraft joke, bro. Benny still has no idea what's going on. They go check the camera to see if they're in a simulation or whatever. And then we got what else do we got? We got Purple Minion. No idea what that is. No idea who that is, but okay, I guess we got found. And then we got Sunny, which the camera doesn't see until Sunny eventually talks. That is the best thing ever. I'm sorry. The sun is capable of speaking and wants to compete in the show, talking from above. That is the best. Please join. I know that it's always the first or the last character who joins, but Sunny, please join the show. I need to see a Sunny Black Hole interact. I just need to know how that goes. It's a legal requirement. I need to know. This is knowledge I must have. And then Woody, who's Woody. Please, bro, make Sunny join chat. Oh yeah, and there's also W. Make Sunny join. Come on, don't let me down. Don't let me down. You're so gonna let me down. Don't let me down, viewers. Okay, let's head into BOIBB 7, which is the longest episode. Is it the longest episode in general? No, it's the longest episode until the finale. Episode 7. That's it. I'm done. I'm going on vacation. Alright, I just watched BOIBB 7. That's it. I'm good, done. I'm going on vacation. It's a pretty big episode because, in general, we do just have a pretty considerable amount of things happen. So, it's not exactly a great day, for the fella, Fish, who, is trying to sort things out. People are dead. Everything's flown away. Nothing is organized. We end up having Graduation Hat get, their freaking like string snipped off, which makes them speak all weird, which is interesting. I will say there's a poetic awkwardness to the detail that the episode where we have the character, like the main focal point of Graduation Hat, is their voice in this episode, right? There's a weird awkward, there's an extreme awkwardness to the fact that it's being done by the VA, who apparently got exposed and fired. Wow, that is crazy unlucky. But indeed, we end up having that. But we will ignore that and just proceed on with the show in the way that the show is. So pretty much everybody dies. We end up trying to recover people. The HPRC is going to do it until Sunny eventually distracts them and goes, "Hey, how do I compete? I am the sun." So then we end up doing that. However, by bringing the sun down, we destroy the HPRC. So now there is no hand power recovery center. That is not a thing, which ends up being a major problem. But eventually they try to host the debut. It ends up also not working because Sunny friggin' burns everything down. Yet again, Black Holy continues to just be a massive thinker when it comes to the whole gaming situation. They just want to speak, want to say something, but they don't really know what to say. They don't really know what the hell they're gonna do. And in general, this just keeps going, and it ends up being kind of weird. But yeah, eventually after they try to debut and it fails because Sunny freaking, of course, burns down everything, make everything plasma proof. I'm sorry, what? Sunny, have you ever been to another planet that's plasma proof? Because let me know about it. Because I mean, like, I don't know when they've done that, but yeah, Sunny just can't touch surfaces because they'll burn them alive. Which is not epic, and that means that Fish will be going on vacation and bringing everybody over to their cruise ship, which they have somehow. But that's cool. So they eventually TP to the cruise ship. We end up making a duo. We end up multiplying Sunny and putting one of them in the sky. Of course, this makes the obvious, interesting question. Okay, so like, is Sunny there? Like, are there two Sunny now? Like, is that Sunny clone like a clone of the person Sunny? Or is that just like a different, or is that just like a son? Like, is that just like, now that's a son, we chill, everything's fine, right? Like, or is that Sunny also able? Because can we have a Sunny and Sunny interaction? I don't know. But either way, we end up having the recovery machine, which exists and now is the only cases, and we don't really have a lot of people. We have like, what, 10 tokens remaining? It's not many. In like an episode or two, we're gonna run out, and we're gonna have big problem. All right, we're gonna have big problem very soon. It's like gonna be like episode 9. I think that's when they're probably running out, right? Because like, there's not that much time remaining, man. I don't like, it's kind of becoming complicated. But anyways, then we have our high time, which is fun. It's a fun name, which we end up having our voting. And you know what? You know what? The voters didn't all let me down. This is one of the greatest W's in object show history, bros. Ain't no way, Sonny. From the unlikeliest of the unlikelies has made it to the show with the most votes, despite being right smack dab in the middle. We know that people right smack dab in the middle of a debut voting never do well, but yet this show delivers. Sunny is obviously the coolest idea of all time, so go do it. Shout out to my fellas, okay? Shout out to my Sunny voters in this vote. You are the goats. And then we end up having a surprise double debut, them alongside Grass Block, which was the other main favorite, as of course, sort of the main character that has shown up throughout the series from the other fellas. I guess in general a bit more important than Penny, just about. So they end up joining. Sunny is very interesting. They end up being this superbly nice character, like extremely nice, which is which is interesting. But yeah, it's nice to have a good sport from time to time. And then we have Grassblock, who's very Minecraft. They end up having the whole Minecraft shebang available to them. which is pretty cool, pretty solid. So yeah, I am gonna definitely say that like it is interesting that Grassball could already do it now, but I also do like the idea of having Grassball just kind of, especially as the Minecraft logo, just inherit Minecraft a whole as a concept for a character. Sure, we can do that. You know, we can make some fun and good jokes. We have the intro that has been updated with our new fellas, and we eventually have the vote to eliminate, where eliminated is Boxhead. Yeah, no, the Boxhead's not that interesting. And then finally, as I've stated in a couple of episodes, I was wondering when the hell we were going to get a character that's actually a little bit of a rebel into the freaking elimination area. Here we have it. Boxhead's the rebel, so you're like, yo, what the fuck are you doing? Don't you want to leave? So then they are indeed going to leave, which they end up doing pretty quickly, and they're now gonna be freaking adventuring outwards. I feel like at a certain point, you know, it's kind of like a warning is scary the first couple of times you see it. However, I guess when you're in that room for that long, that warning just becomes a part of the environment. You know, it doesn't become like a warning. It doesn't feel like it's glowing. It starts just feeling like a part of the environment. And when it just becomes a part of the environment, you start thinking, okay, I mean, this is just normal, right? So, you end up sort of playing along with it, doing that stuff, and then we end up having all of that jazz done. So, yeah. Now we end up having some. Well, after they leave, we don't actually get to find out. But Fish, we discover what's going on with Fish. Fish ends up rejecting the idea of friggin' just hosting. They don't want to host. They're chilling. They're chillaxing, right? And then we end up breaking up the teams, and we end up having the challenges being held by our fella, the strange, or by our co-host Soccer Ball, who was in BOIR, which I remember. Then we end up having like I remember, right, because they were there as like a super fan for like one line, and then they eventually got like kicked off the earth by Fish or whatever. Then we end up having the shovel fella. So the shovel is doing all right. But then after that, they mainly just have like a cool design, you know, like the design that they have with like the handle speaking. I like those types of designs when the handle is speaking. I think that's rather cool. Um, so I do rather enjoy those. And then the final is a tiny spore, is like squirk, like a strange quirk, if I'm not mistaken, was the name. Um, it's a pretty interesting little name. We can see them. They're like a little like parallelogram on the floor that's like brown, I think. But in general, apparently, I don't think any of the contestants can see them. Right? I think they're just there to be a visualization for us when we know they're around. But I think for the actual contestants, they're not capable of seeing the little dot there on the ground. So they end up deciding to, well, they end up being the hosts as managers of the cruise ship. So we end up having a little tour of every location, and then we end up having ourselves the challenge: find the rubber duckies, because the rubber ducks have to be in the pool room for our fella Mr. Fish to relax in. However, we also have the situation that of course they're lost because of the windstorm. Somehow the wind impacts the inside the cruise ship as well. I'm not exactly sure how that works, but we'll just pretend that makes sense. And then we end up working. We use the stick that murdered you immediately to revive the graduation hat to their regular self. Red Stick is now officially fully unfrozen, which it was nice to see normality Red Stick again. Um, and then yeah, we start off with Goldie immediately happening. So interesting enough, apparently we forgot to do the Goldie advantage because they won the other time, which I thought was interesting because I was wondering what the hell the advantage was going to be for Goldie in the last episode, where they were surviving the windstorm. But I thought that the idea was simply that they were going to, like, they were excused from the challenge, right? Because that team didn't even do that challenge. Like, we didn't even get to see Goldie every time. Which I guess, did Goldie die? I can't remember Goldie dying though, because of course recoveries didn't happen. But was Goldie actually dead? I don't remember. But either way, apparently the advantage here ends up being for them alongside the two debutantes is a token that is useful. I think. I don't know. Sunny, of course, just freaking the token disintegrates within them, so there's not too much that they can really do. So yeah. And then it is time to begin. Yay. It seems like there was already a rubber ducky in the pool room, so they end up finding it immediately. Then, so the goalie is immediately safe again. Look, it's individual challenge anymore. We don't need to find random contrived reasons for contestants to be safe anymore. Okay, we're beyond that era. It's fine. It's okay. All right. But yeah. Now we end up having ourselves a fellow interaction between Black Holy and the crew. They want to invite Sunny in because Sunny is, potentially deadly to anything they touch. That would fit the alliance, but especially if the lava's gone. The lava's kind of a similar, vibe to Sunny as well in terms of kind of sort of happier contestant who's like burn stuff, mainly. However, Black Hole is immediately like, nah, bro. Like, no. I am dead to Sunny, and you were inviting Sunny, which is like, come on, bro. Nah. Give me a Sunny Black Holy interaction. We need to. We need this. Speed. I need. We need this interaction to happen. It's too good not to happen. But okay. I always found it interesting how like Sunny can't enter the cruise ship because they're too hot for it, whatever, right? When like Black Holy is capable of, because yeah, that's kind of the interesting thing about the black hole. Like Black Hole and BFB and stuff, and is that like they somehow have this capability of like they will suck up stuff if it just so happens that they wanna, right? Like they have control over how they work, right? Like if something gets thrown into them, they don't have control over it, but they can choose to suck stuff up if they want, right? Instead of a character like Cindy, who they can't choose to burn stuff, like it's just kind of it's in their nature. If they get too close, it'll just be hot. Which I mean, I guess it makes more sense for Sunny as well because Sunny is like super hot anyway. So I guess like it would radiate. But even then, like the black hole has a pole, which many people even use in certain challenges. But when black hole is not even noticing. But when the characters are on the floor, that pool isn't there, right? So it's kind of like, again, we don't really care about physics that much, in an object show. But I always find it an interesting little distinction for what the hell we're using. Grassbox ends up deciding to try to hang out with Lollipop, form an alliance with them, considering Lollipop has kind of just been neutralized since their hat friends ended up all being gone. So those two are in an alliance, and then what else do we have? We have oh yeah, freaking completely alone. Got me now. They're backed away everyone else, so there's not much else. Ribbit Image is just absolutely miserable considering they found it alongside Ribbit Image alongside it. Ben Defeat looks at it and be like, "Yo, I'm not helping you out, bro. What the hell you doing?" And yeah, no, I mean, there's this like misery to playing easy mode, where it's like Ribbit Image. I mean, is it really a worthy finalist if you aren't didn't earn your way there? You must say a worthy finalist is a finalist that earns their way to the top. You have to make it to the top. You have to fight to reach the top, and that is not what is being done here. We're not doing that, and that ends up being an issue because like Ribbit Image is just being like, well, it doesn't matter if I try or not because Ben Davies is gonna find a way to tell me out. And Ben Davey doesn't get that, right? Because like, okay, sure, maybe you're a worthy competitor, but a worthy competitor still has to win to prove their way to the top, right? If they just end up sneaking their way up there, it doesn't matter, like it doesn't work like that. So yeah, it's kind of being complicated. Then we got to see the freaking. I like how the idea that Minecraft Block has, or Grass Block. I like to call him Minecraft. Minecraft Block is a good name because they they represent Minecraft. But like their idea is that, yeah, no, don't do damage to their property. And then we're like, yeah, mine the walls. Bro, this ship, if it ever moves, it's so over. Then we're at the casino. There's nothing at the casino. For some reason, Graduation Hat does the funniest possible side plot of the century. They go out there and become a gambling addict. What? Why? For what reason did this happen? Alright, Graduation Hat gambling, boys. Let's go. Gambling addiction in my object shop. I think that's the first time I had to talk about that. But that's cool. Um, they're doing that. Then apparently, I don't. Okay, so there's supposed to be 10 rubber duckies, right? And we had to find them all 10, and that way we did the thing. But then we end up completely disregarding that concept. At least the assistants completely disregard the concept of being 10 rubber duckies because one person, for example, that team, Red Stick, Eggy, and freaking the Graduation Hat, they're all safe for finding the same singular rubber duck. Then it goes to like Bendy and Ribbit Image are safe for finding one rubber duck if there's two people, right? Which is weird because it's like, wait, you were supposed to that. It, what about the other ones? What happened? There were supposed to be 10 rubber duckies, and in total, like 5 were found because the other ones ended up being a mess. Eventually, Gummy got sent away because they tried to look in the secret room. Look, maybe the other 5 rubber duckies were in the secret room, and that's why. But eventually, they end up not going in there. And Gummy ends up getting kicked away. Black Hole sees them like, oh my god, maybe if I save them, I can help them out. But they overthink it. And they end up sucking them in, which ends up murdering Gummy. Yeah, that's that. And you know what? Even though it is indeed weird to say awkward at that moment, I must confirm that is very very awkward. So yeah. Then what do we have? We have ourselves Sunny, which ends up taking the help of the other contestant because, of course, they didn't leave. The fish didn't do anything because they're on vacation. So the contestants that didn't get debuted are still hanging out. So Sunny ends up getting help for some of them and successfully does find one somehow, just chilling there. And submits it for Sunny. So that's very kind. Sunny is safe. And then the 2 spots left, we end up having an epic battle between the grass block and the lollipop, as well as the death duo. However, freaking slow-mo potion. Oh my god. Slow-mo potion slows them all down. Yet again, well, actually, a black hole is so powerful that time doesn't work within it. I thought, that's like the thing about a black hole. So technically, no slow-mo potion should affect the black hole because time doesn't work in a black hole. Alright? Okay, I'm getting you on the technicalities, why don't I? They did this in Teapot, you should know. Even though they did this in Teapot 2 years later. So you shouldn't. So you literally couldn't know. It's great. I'm a great critic. Okay. But yeah, those 2 end up being safe, which means that that was a crazy set. Black Holy, Gummy, Dry Ice, and Slime Cube are the people up for Elam. Vote on which one should stay out of the middle. Okay, question, alright? I'm not, again, I haven't experienced a lot of middleman votes. Who's the middleman within 4 people? Nobody is 2.5th. So is second or third the person that stays out of the middle? Or are both of them getting eliminated? Is this a double elimination? Because we had a double debut. Like we could technically have a double elimination. My prediction. Oh God, you know what? That I don't know. Maybe black. Oh God, I don't know. That's tough. I'm gonna say Dry Ice gets the least. Black Holy gets the most, Gummy second, and Slime Cube third. And then I have no idea whether Gummy or Slime Cube ends up getting out. I'm gonna say Slime Cube will get out because it'd be more convenient for the Black Holy Gummy so that they actually got time to freaking have a conversation between them. And then the rest of them, Slime Cube, end up getting out, which they've already been very close to getting out multiple times, and I think I predicted them to be out already multiple times as well. So I just think that makes the most sense. And yeah, we do indeed have ourselves the set of characters. So many characters, bro. I'm so happy Sunny got it, bro. Honestly, like that was one of the highlights of recent time. I'm not even gonna lie. The absolute, you don't imagine the absolute celebration, the massive celebration that I got when I saw Sunny actually get to the votes. I was like, there's no way. It's the coolest idea of all time. But there was just no way. You know what? There is a way. When it comes to celestial entities in object shows or being fan favorites, there's always a way. Literally every time, unstoppably saying, all right, which is quite nice. So yeah, that is going to be interesting. I don't really know what's going on right now. No, bro, I'm still trying to figure out how the hell does the middleman work? Are they just going to eliminate third? No, but I don't know. There's no way. This gives me vibes of Double Elam. This is giving me vibes of Double Elam because I don't. How do they do middleman? Or just whoever gets closer to between the votes of last and first, between the two, sort of like, because technically third place could be more in the middle if second and first are right next to each other, right? Is that how they're gonna do it? Because I mean that would work, I guess. But I mean it'd be kind of weird, but all right. That's interesting, I guess. All right, the next episode that we have to figure out is gonna be figure out. Yes, figure out. It's a puzzle that I have to solve. What am I? I'm going crazy. This is gonna be like a 2 or 3 day like expose of an expose. You see, I can't say words. Just like blend of an episode where you see me on one day and you'll see me on another day and then you see me on another day because I'm just super busy these days. So I'm very sorry about that. But episode 8, yeah, I guess so. Let's hope not too many people die because we only have like 9 tokens remaining. So let's hope. In episode 8, which is titled, yeah, I guess so. Let's hit it. All right, it's the next day, and I've just watched BOIBB 8. Yeah, I guess so. So we are talking a little bit. The fellas, they've been chilling in a cruise. I mean, if you think about it, it's quite a change of location from where everybody was before, right? I mean, everybody was out here in Ribbit, like the grass and the moon. So it's kind of interesting to have a pleasant location for an object show for once. So we do get to see that, which is quite nice. I like how Sunny has. Okay, we have figured out a way for Sunny to get in. Okay, because Sunny before just completely refused to get in the cruise. We've actually managed to, I think, make it to the pool room, which is interesting. The Sunny then arrives nearby to get a tan, and we do in fact Pumpkinhead gets a tan. Goldie doesn't get a tan. I mean, I guess they can shine. It's not like a tan in the traditional sense of how a tan is, but it does like shine. So I mean, that's pretty interesting. Woody goes on fire, which is pretty fair. That would be what would happen if you get them nearby to the sun. And then we have our fellow Gambling Addiction Express um, from developing Graduation Hat, which I think has a new VA now. But they do get brought out. I'm surprised they're not as how do I say, decrepit looking, which is because I thought that was pretty surprising, TBH, because I was kind of it was kind of not looking good. Considering they were just gambling all the time. Woody is complete, bro. Woody just completely turns to ash in the next scene. That's crazy. That is absolutely crazy. But yeah, eventually, Ribbit Image ends up getting TP'd out of the way. No, they don't get TP'd out of the way. They walk away from Goldie because they don't want to talk about it. And then Ben Deefy follows them. Then we have ourselves our cool little intro. So basically, then Ribbit Image comes in to conversate with no Ben Deefy comes in to conversate with Ribbit Image, and Ribbit Image immediately lashes out. It's that I don't want your intel. I don't want to be always carried, because if I'm always carried, it just doesn't work, right? Even though, okay, the scene tag happens after the elimination, but whatever. It doesn't work, right? Because it's like, bruh, if I want to get to the final, I need to get to the final as a competitor that competes. I need to be the one, while everybody else is like, bro, if we um if we do well, we'll make it to the finale, right? But with ribbon image, it doesn't work because like if somebody just carries you to the finale, you didn't earn the strength and resilience. That's what I said a couple of episodes ago. But like you don't earn the strength and resilience, which is the thing that Ben Deepy doesn't understand. Like, yeah, okay, maybe we can go to the finale as buddies, right? But we have to like help each other. And the thing about it is that ribbon image, even if for some reason, right, ribbon image wanted to be friends with Ben Deepy, it doesn't quite work like that because it's kind of too secret. It's kind of like Ben Deefy is not an open enough person where you can just openly be friends with them, right? Like you can't just be friends with Ben Deefy because you can't talk to Ben Deefy literally all of the time. So it doesn't work like that. So you can be best buddies, right? And then you just end up getting carried. So then it just becomes kind of a flurry of negative emotion. I'm glad that we did also address that. Oh, what the threat of getting murdered is not that scary in this universe because, like, yeah, you just get revived eventually. Um, so yeah, Ben Deefy's not too happy about it. Not exactly sure what Ben Deefy's gonna do about it. I don't think. I think Ben Deefy's just kind of gonna keep the plan going is my expectation. But it's like whether Ribbon Image understood why or didn't understand why. Like you can't stop Ben Deefy from helping, like you couldn't ever stop Ben Deefy from getting the balls and putting them in your basket, like there's a certain point where it's like Ben Deefy can't exactly um like not help you. Like you can't stop anybody from helping you, but you could lash out at them or whatever. But it doesn't work at a certain point. You just gotta. Right. So yeah, then we have our elimination. We have the middleman. So the closest to the average ends up getting out. We have an extremely evened out set of voting. Black Holy gets the most, but by just about by 418. Then Slime Cube gets the least, and then 361 to 320. So that means that we were roughly. So the average was 348. So that means that we were 28 away for dry ice, and we were like 12 away for Gummy, which means that Gummy ended up getting out as they were closest to the average amounts of votes. Unfortunately, I think I predicted yesterday that Slime Cube was getting out. Yeah, I just didn't expect Slime Cube to be that interesting. I feel like people don't really care about Slime Cube that much. But I don't know. That might just be me. But I feel like they're not one of the most interesting characters currently around. You know? Like they're not that interesting. But anyway, that means Gummy gets out though. And Gummy getting out, which I guess they're kind of satisfied with because it's like, bro, at least I'll get to go. At the end of going, Black Holy is not happy about this, but to be fair, you waited way too long. I mean, you've been doing this arc for like 4 episodes. Like it was gonna be time. But yeah, Gummy ends up leaving, and then they'd like to talk to their friends, but they don't. There's nothing there. There's nothing there. To be fair, you can probably tell very easily with just a little bit of like logic where that they went away. See sign, do not open this door. You see the door open. What do you think might have happened? Right? So I mean, you should probably go adventure, right? Like you could say that, but I mean, if everybody else went anyways, you can go too. Like it's fine. So yeah, they end up doing that. I hope they don't end up just sitting there. But eventually, 8-Ball ends up having a curiosity, which is not something they have very often. Basically, 1 and 0 are combined to make 10, but what if they were divided? Would they just be 1 and 0? What would happen? Right? Which is an interesting question. So they end up getting Goldie and Red Stick to help that out because they really wanted to figure that out. However, it turns out they get like Goldie on one side, Red Stick on the other because they're the strongest people that we can find. And right as we do that, Fish ends up going to host with two, I guess, two from Teapot. No, I don't. What is that? Who is that? Who is this two? What is this show? The power of two, but bad. What is? Oh nah! Look at this goofy ass dude. Okay, I mean, I don't know what show you're from. I'm presuming these are cameos because I feel like it'd be too random and this was a new character and just some weird too. So I'm presuming these are cameos from another show, right? Because I mean, we know that Fish has connections to the other shows around this timeline, and even other shows just like from other people. Like we know that Fish has those connections, so I guess they can just invite them over. But then right as they're going to host, what do? They successfully managed to rip away 1-0. At what cost? At the cost of forming a purple gigantic vortex in the sky that sucks up everything on it. Ooh, that's not good. Yeah, absolutely, literally everything is sucked into it. It's too strong. And then it doesn't work. But then right before everybody gets sucked in and everything explodes. Eventually, we have like it implodes on itself. Ribbit image gets yeeted away by Ben Deefy onto the floor. No, onto the grasslands. Where, by the way, perfect throw. We ended up right back at the spawn location of the show. I'm surprised that Ben Deefy didn't teleport away. I guess there was barely time, but like you could have probably landed in a teleport. But yeah, Ribbit image ends up being the only one there. They try to wait it out because there have indeed been times where people have been left alone, but it kind of doesn't work. Everybody just is dead, and then that means a Ribbit image who has been now saved by Bendifi, and technically Bendifi now is the only reason why any of them are alive. I mean, okay, no, people are alive as we find. But whatever they're doing within there, they currently we don't know what the hell they've been up to, right? Because like a couple of them didn't die, but I don't know what the hell would have happened to them, right? Like maybe a freaking grass block, like ate a potion, but whatever. Anyways, after a lot of adventuring, we end up finding Fishbot down there. And then they end up finding a new battery for them, replacing it, and then the Fishbot is now out of tokens. I will wait. There were like what 2 remaining or something at that point. So like, it's not like we could have recovered everybody anyways. No, there were like 4. We couldn't have recovered anybody anyways. So then after a long time, we end up discovering like the power source of the recovery center. Which, by the way, I just find it funny how long it's apparently spent. Like, wait, what do you mean? You spent like 1 month searching to find the source that was just on the back of the recovery center the entire time. Really? Like, is that what you've been doing? Um, then eventually, after another month, we successfully do the entire process of recovering of like inserting the recovery center into Fishbot, and that way Fishbot now has the capability of recovering everybody possible. And then everybody indeed gets recovered after their months. So who doesn't get recovered? Let me check. Hold on. What do you say? You say who was not dead? Yes, they're Black Holy, Grassblock, Sunny, and Bendifi, Woody, Purple Miniony, and of course Fish. What? Wait, what? Woody's not dead? Yes, you are. That's false information. Wait, what? Wait, how is Woody not dead? They turned to ash at the beginning of the episode. What? How are you not dead? That's crazy. Because, okay, you can debate that Bendifi is powerful, right? They've got the ability. So maybe they don't die. Okay. Even though we have seen them die. But, like, maybe they don't die like that. Okay. Black Holy and Sunny are celestial entities. So maybe, like, they can... And they might not work, like they might not explode in the way, like they might not cause, but they might just like be together in there. Because again, Black Hole, I don't know how exactly. I like, and even an explosion, nothing works within a black hole. That's the problem. All right, so like technically nothing should interact with them properly, right? But then they're fire. Sunny theoretically, I guess, would be more normal, but I guess I don't know. They just share it, and then Fish obviously is overpowered. So I don't know what's going on there. And Minion, I just don't know what's up with Minion. But like theoretically, those two actually should be made. And then Grass Block is interesting. I mean, there's a couple of potions which I could imagine Grass Block probably taking that would maybe make them capable of resisting, right? Like whoever it's like regenning or slow motion, right? That would make Grass Block a little bit like stronger, maybe. But I don't know why Woody wouldn't be. Woody's definitely dead. Like Woody didn't die because of the explosion, that's kind of the thing about it. Like Woody was already dead, but okay. So then we end up deciding to take a break from the competition and wait for them to come back. I'm sorry. How are we? Are you guys? You gonna literally do nothing? Like, I'm sorry. Did you see what happened? You gotta try to do something. What? You can't just like wait. I mean, I understand. Oh, there's not much to do. Everything explode. Like, go check. Go over there. You can't just stay still. I mean, yeah. No idea what's gonna be happening in the next episode, to be honest. I'm not sure if we're gonna get the POV of these alive fellas or if we're gonna get the POV from the dead fellas. Right? Are they stuck inside a different dimension? I don't know. But I guess we'll have to find out in episode 9. Hey, calm down. Everything will be okay. Okay, I just watched the episode 9 of Boy, but alright, we have here a little bit, of course, in between ish episode. I think, like, yeah, another time where we have another in between episode here. How many episodes? It's just 17? I feel like there's too many contestants right now, but okay. Anyways, we end up having the other side of the story. Okay, yeah, I was wondering because I wasn't too sure exactly what was gonna happen in this episode because I was like, okay, we got to see the Ribbit image side of the story, right? And then everybody else is alive now. But then we need to see the other side of the story as well. What the hell happened to the people that are alive? So, okay, correction from last episode. I thought Woody was dead. Woody got revived. Because if I'm not mistaken, we did take one usage of the revival system from Fishbot before doing the elimination, right? Because we needed to revive freaking the fiery and we need to revive dead slime. We need to revive Slime Cube because, of course, they blended into it. So, okay, that makes sense. That means that it was alive and they got sucked in. So, everyone who died are the people that didn't get sucked in. That's happened. If you got sucked in, you are in the dimension. But if you didn't get, but if it exploded rather than sucking everybody in, then you were dead. It like disappeared. Whatever it exploded. So that makes more sense. Although Ben Deefy is still gone. Ben Deefy doesn't quite make sense. Ben Deefy didn't do either. And they're gone. So I guess we'll have to see what the hell happens to them. But we have our intro but corrupted because only the characters currently alive get to, I guess, perform the intro, which is fun. I think the outro itself is also corrupted, like the outro music sounded pretty corrupted. So then we end up finding themselves in a completely void, like a complete void. But Sunny Black, Holy Grasslock, and Woody, what a combo! They we end up having them, and we finally get Black, Holy, and Sunny interactions. Let's go! We are winning today. We are so back. We are so back, boys. Got Black, Holy, and Sunny interaction. This was the moment that we were waiting for generations. Okay. But eventually we end up having the problem that it's a void. The void is a fucking void. There is no ground, no nothing, and we are entirely reliant on the two limbs that Black Holy has to hold on to these two. Otherwise, they will be falling into the void forever. Right? So that's not exactly great to have to hold on to somebody literally forever, which is, you know, a bit complicated. At least Sunny can fly, but yeah, that Holy is so unbelievably, like, bro, what has my life turned into? Yeah, fair enough. That's kind of tough. Then we eventually end up having or stuff. The screen is interesting. The screen doesn't work. I guess I don't know. I guess the camera's exploded, but like I'm not 100% sure what happened. We still don't know where Fish is. Of course, Fish is also gone alongside Bendifi. Wherever the hell they went, that's a new question. Like presumably, I'd guess that they teleported out of the way because they're the only two characters that I think have teleportation powers, right? But what the hell did they teleport to? Like surely, like surely Ben Deefy would have teleported to Ribbit Image. It was like, okay, sure, you want to leave them alone, but everybody's dead. There's a certain point where you have to disregard previous statements, you know, and just go with it. But eventually, Gummy runs out to try to find everybody else. And then the other fellas, they're just looking around town, you know, the dimension, and then we have some cool people being around. You know, like considering how Fish was barricading everything off, I must say I'm like surprisingly surprised that the people in this dimension are so chill, you know? Because I thought that they were gonna be like, boo. I thought they were gonna be like racist or something, and that's why they couldn't go. But no, they're like complete chill. Like everybody is chill as hell. Yeah. Thankfully, Grass Block has Minecraft constructions that they can construct. I guess. Even though there's no technically floor or base for them to construct it in. Although, you know, usually Minecraft stuff does levitate, but okay. You know, like Microsoft doesn't have physics, so technically it should be capable of holding on without getting held on, but okay. Then yet again we have one of the best interactions ever. We have a Sunny Black Holy interaction. Um, because yeah, I mean, Sunny is just like completely just joyous, you know, like thinking on the bright side, don't worry, don't get us, it's okay, it's gotta wait, you know. And then Black Holy is like, bro, we're in nothing. So yeah, it's kind of it's an interesting way to see because like okay, the thing about Black Hole is Black Hole is not that negative, right? Because you can see Sunny. Oh, Sunny always looks on the bright side of things. Black Holy doesn't always look on the dark side of things. So you see, like it's not an opposite situation, right? But Black Holy is more negative, but like they're more just kind of like they've got a broader spectrum of emotions. Which, to be fair, if you do consider that a Black Holy is a dead sun, you could, I guess, theoretically think that through. I was like, oh, you were one time and then now you're not, right? Even though they don't remember that. I mean, look, it's they've been around for billions of years, but like, yeah, they end up having it. I like how freaking Black Holy keeps talking about Gummy. I mean, does Sunny know? I guess Sunny would know, right? Because it's like Sunny was there all the time. You know, they were just the sun. They've just been looking at it and like, hey, this sounds fun. You know, that's kind of cool. I need me like a Sunny short of them just like thinking about the show. Like it's just be like, oh hey, you're on the moon now. Moon, how do you feel about this? But then that's cool. So I guess they would know about Seichiro Gummy because Sunny has never like probably interacted with neither Black Holy nor Gummy, but like they by just kind of being a viewer of the show, they end up being around. Um, uh, but yeah. Oh yeah, I love the freaking interaction. Where like Sunny was like, "Wait, Black Hole, you didn't like me? What did I do to you?" Dude, I love these two. But anyways, what were they doing? We ended up having the ticket agent give us some information that we ended up having the fish game show. We're in the in-between dimension, where basically when you're going from a dimension to a dimension, you can chill here. So this is kind of a place to be here. And I mean, I guess they literally have to be here because of it. But to be fair, it's like an apartment. Like it's a place. Like you can go live in a hotel or whatever. You know, you can do stuff, right? Like it's a place. It's a relatively chill group of people. I don't know why Fish was trying to segregate them like that. You know, like it's kind of vibing. Eventually, Gummy finds their friends, and then they're just relaxing. They're gonna be going down there to the screen to try to see if if it eventually turns back on to try to figure it out. If nothing happens in the next 5 days, bro. Nothing happened for 4 months, I think. Right? That's how long it took Ribbit Image, and even despite that, they eventually they don't have fish still. So like, I'm not exactly sure. They're definitely going to be looking for an apartment. I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, eventually now we end up having Sunny worried a little bit. I guess at a certain point, Sunny might could get consumed a little bit by the void, and I was like, bro, I'm supposed to light up stuff, but this place is so dark that you literally can't light things up. So I was like, whoa, Hold on. Things are crazy right now. But yeah, Grass Block has so many. This guy is on creative mode. This guy's on creative mode, bro. What is this, bro? Where are all these items coming from? But eventually, they end up being patient and they end up chilling until next time, where fish is going to arrive. All right, love that episode. We got to see my favorite interaction ever, which is Sunny and Black Holy, and then we end up having episode 10 called "But Is It Really?" Hello, I just watched BOIBB 10. Okay, so, wow, what an unbelievable diversion that we've ended up with. Like, this one moment, okay, of splitting 10 apart, of splitting 1 and 0 from each other, this singular moment has just caused such a massive rift in the timeline that we have ended up needing to do what 3 episodes, and eventually it's gonna be 4 before anything even remotely returns to a competition. Is that crazy? Like, bro, never split 1 and 0 apart, okay? Do not be doing that. Alright? Not one bit. Okay? Damn, that is crazy. I'm not even gonna lie. Genuinely, I don't even know where to start here. So, bro, we have an entire fish backstory episode, which is a funny concept. So we go to back to the explosion, or the implosion, where we end up seeing fish and two hang out. So, okay, all right, I have to ask the hit question that I don't know, but are these two are like hinted at in this episode quite a bit, as being a thing, right? Because we do have a quote later on in the episode saying about two and I as if it's a problem, quote unquote. So it's not. So I feel like this is a. Is this a relationship thing that's happened? Is this what's happening? Are those two in a relationship? They're in a relationship. They really don't speak very often because like it's like the 30th episode of Boy, and it's the first time we see them. So I mean, that's interesting, but okay, those two might be in a relationship. I mean, that's what I'd guess that means. So that's interesting. But then eventually we end up going back to the implosion where Fish ends up being like perfectly fine because of course I guess you can't die. Alongside them somehow, Minion, the purple minion ends up surviving, ends up just not exploding to death. I guess they maybe were a little bit far away, but they end up, I guess, just being around. Um, we have a couple of people that I also don't know where they went. So, two themselves, all right, where did they go? Right, because that's kind of an interesting question. Because the co-hosts got recovered, we saw them at least. I mean, I don't think I saw Strange Core get recovered, but I still think they're there. But I don't know where two is. That's kind of the interesting question because they're not there and they didn't get revived. So did you just leave, or you also have hosting powers that make you super strong? Right, it's kind of like that situation. Yeah, I don't really know, but eventually we end up having some interesting things. Fish doesn't want to TP back to the contestants, and it just so happens that Cod is driving the car and says hello to Fish. And they eventually decide to take a quick little diversion to go to the family reunion because that's what they gotta do. Apparently, it was this year, and they were doing it to SEMA, which ends up being that okay. Basically, Dad does not approve of the thing of the career path of Fish. Okay, they're not approving of it. I don't think we get to know what the hell COD does for a living, even though we compare ourselves to COD as like a person that does very well, but we don't actually get to see what the hell COD does for a living. So I mean, presumably they have a good career because otherwise I don't know what exactly they'll be doing. But yeah. Either way, then we end up having Mom, which we are quite fond of. But then eventually we end up having ourselves the career. No, we end up having the ceremony. However, the thing is that Fish has all these powers and everything, right? Because I guess hosting gives you them, and doing that ends up ruining the games, because you're too strong. If it's not even, it's not fair. Right, so it kind of ends up being a little bit more complicated. I like how there's at least one of them ends up being kind of fond of it. One of the family members, one of the the younger cousins. I think that's kind of cool, right? At least that somebody supportive, yay! But yeah, we end up having asking for a shout out, bro. But yeah, eventually the dad gets all worked out. Like, bro, you're chasing a fantasy. You're not doing well for yourself. Nobody cares. What the hell are you doing? Go find a career. And then it's like, bro, but I like what I'm doing. You don't support me. You don't do any of that stuff. Okay, so here's the deal. All right, I have zero clue how well off Fish is. Okay, because that's kind of the thing about the hosting an object show is that you don't live in any kind of like proper capacity. Like you don't really go to we don't get to see Fish have a house, right? We don't get to really see like Fish have material items, which means that I can't really measure their wealth. Like, are you doing successful? I don't know. What does that even mean, right? You are super hosting power. Surely you can just build a house if you're. It's kind of that thing. Where it's like, we're not exactly seeing them properly like have wealth and stuff because they've got all of this hosting powers, which also I find it weird how that's looked down upon. It's looked like being powerful is treated as a bad thing. It's like, hold on, you're like immortal, one of the strongest being on earth. You can do literally anything you possibly want, and you don't like that. I feel like that's a pretty good career move to be the strongest thing in the universe. I feel like that's a pretty good thing to be if you're gonna be something. I feel like being the one of the strongest things in the world, thanks to your hosting capability, is pretty good. I must say. But nope, I guess not. I guess that's considered bad to be powerful. So okay. And then we end up having all of that situation. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. That's kind of the thing. I don't know how well off Fish is because like it just feels like a disconnect between how the show works and how this timeline works, because it's like, again, like, but we're not talking budget. Fish doesn't need a budget because they are the powerful entity that forms everything themselves. They don't need a budget. They don't need anything. They don't need houses. They can make one themselves, right? It's kind of like that's the thing. So I just don't really get it from that perspective, basically. You know. Um. Well, yeah. I mean, again, I don't know what job Cod has, but they got a car. But as they see, they're not powerful, so they, I guess, have to live within a society. Fish doesn't have to live within a society because they're powerful enough to just shape it, right? So, like, come on, bro, come on, Dad, do what you do better. um, but eventually we end up having Fish just dip away with Purple Minion. To be fair, they are caring about the Purple Minion, but Cod eventually, like, Fish just leaves. It doesn't allow Cod to really hang out. At least Purple Minion does chill out with Fish, which is pretty nice. Considering Purple Minion is one of the most like random characters, quote unquote, like in kind of the way that they are. It ends up interesting how where we're giving them a little bit of emotion as well as like a V character that was gone as well. So now the only person from the whole like the disaster, quote unquote, that we don't know where they went, I think, is Ben Deefy, which we don't know where Ben Deefy went, and we don't know where 2 went, I guess, technically. So other than that, we know everybody's status. I'm just super curious, how the hell did 4 months pass? Surely that's got to be the top of the next episode. Because currently the timeline doesn't make sense. Okay, so everything explodes. Okay, sure. Then, at that moment, Fish finds a purple minion and decides to go take a ride back, right? So that because they don't feel like teleporting. Okay, sure. And then eventually they find out that the family reunion happens to be that day. So then they go to the family reunion, they have a crash out, then eventually Fish gets mad, teleports away, and then decides, let's go find our contestants. That theoretically all happened on the same day. How the hell did 4 months pass? When did that happen? This is, I don't know. The next episode better have me some answers. If Fish just randomly shows up with everyone there, it's like, no, 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 no. That didn't take 4 months. I'm sorry. It didn't take 4 months to teleport to your contestant. Like, something's hella up. Okay. Um, so, yeah. And I mean, like, we have no idea how long the people in the void have been around for, especially considering like their time doesn't work within a black hole, which I guess that they're in somehow. But yeah, that's like a thing. Interesting enough, we still have we still have every voice actor listed, despite the fact that of course a lot of them don't speak. I am gonna point out that you know, if you put the credits all spaced out throughout the screen, the end card itself covers the credits. Like I don't know who like the animators even are, because like we have the end card is covering it, binomial epilogue. I mean, this just shows whatever the latest videos, right? But yeah, that's a problem. And we did think it through by putting everybody on the right side, and then eventually put the guests on the left side. So then we just don't get to see who the guests are. Right? So I don't know who voices like half of the fish of the fish family, because we don't really get to see it. But all right, that was BOIBB 10. Let's head on to BOIBB 11. BOIBB 11 is called "Let's Get the Show Back on the Road." Let's go. Alright, so I have just watched BOIBB 11. Let's get the show back on the road. So we have ourselves the show, and it is in fact back on the road. Um, where we have ourselves, first of all, the character, building a little bit of society again. Shovel the Builder doing some stuff, right? Which is pretty interesting. Now we have the recovery bot. They're just kind of living life. They're doing stuff that's boring or not boring, I guess. But eventually we have an interesting little conversation with Penny. So Penny, of course, has remained in their kind of miserable self because they're, over, like, they're, look, being in a void for decades does not sound too entertaining. It would probably make you go insane. So now they're just kind of thinking over, like, way too much because they don't know what else to do. And they're like, well, I don't belong here. This is not right, Like, we were in the competition, and when we got done dirty by it, so we should redo it. All right. And then W listens along for some reason, and alongside W, there's also the other fellow, which I don't actually remember their name, unfortunately, but they're the one that's a little bit glitchy. They have a robotic voice that's pretty damn cool. Um, so they decide that they're going to adventure up to another universe. They're gonna explore, to go to a new dimension, which is interesting. My presumption about what might go on with this arc is, so the hole, or the portal to the eliminated contestant area, right? The hole to the eliminated contestant area is like completely open, like there's nothing preventing you from going in. So this would be an interesting arc, since of course it leads to another dimension. Could they just go in and try to escape, go to a different dimension? They could do that. As far as the plan goes, I'm pretty sure they can do that. Of course, by the metric of them being there before Fish arrives, I don't know if they would have considered the portal as being an available thing, an available option. However, it is a functional capability, when it comes to going from universe to universe. So I do think that it'd be pretty cool, if that is the arc that they end up doing. Then Fish is back after freaking 7 months. And then, do we have an explanation for why it took 7 months? No, we don't. Damn it, bro. No way, bro. This fella spends a day and it's 7 months. OMG. Like, for all the powers that fish has, right? For all those powers, those things, the power that they don't have is time. They don't control time. That's not true. Where is the purple minion? The indestructible purple minion that doesn't die. Where did they go? What is like? I don't know. But okay, I guess we're just gonna gloss over it. Okay then. We end up having our show again. We TP back the fellas in the void. Interesting enough, when TP'd back, Black Holy was not holding onto the Minecraft like the base itself, which is interesting because like what I mean, presumably that might be not be how the teleport works, but yeah. Um Somehow Ribbit Image manages to convince Ben Deefy to no, to convince the fish that Ben Deefy's gone. We have, by the way, I don't know when this episode released. Okay, I don't know how long it was since the last episode. Let me actually check. Episode 10 released on September 25th, and this was in December. It's not been that long, but there did feel different. There was like a noticeable little change, especially in sort of the way that the characters are drawn. They're more variation. They vary a bit more clearly than they did in some previous episodes. Especially Fish. Fish ends up feeling very sort of BFB-esque in the way that scene from scene, their style can change to having their lines be rougher, to having their lines be smoother. Like, it really does just depend on the scene, right? So this ends up. So we have BFB, the animation style, a little bit more. Since Ben Deefy has officially quit, we end up having the new co-host TVE, which ends up being. By the way, yeah, hold on. Ben Deefy was looking for a book for 7 months. Now that I think about, bro, you see, now the timeline for this show is screwed. Like, the timeline was not thought through at all. But other than, but like a lot, this lore is surprisingly competent. But like the whole shebang with the freaking time doesn't work. Time is completely off. Right, like the arcs themselves make sense, but the timeline of when they happen makes no sense at all. What the hell was Ben Deefy doing for 7 months? But anyways, we end up having the random contestant pick to rejoin be Shovel. I'm gonna be honest. As soon as I heard this, I was like, oh, they're definitely making Penny join. I thought that was like good. That was like immediately. I was like, yeah, you do that. That's 100% what they're doing. Just ditch the plan completely, and then Penny just trying to leave the show all the time, and that's the arc. But no, they actually don't do that. I thought it would be interesting if they did that, but they don't. When they're having Shovel join. Shovel is fine. I mean, they're a cool character. They're not like the most interesting, I guess. But I mean, yeah, they're just kind of unsure how the competitions go, so they'll just try it. They have a token that lets you do whatever you want. I am gonna say, to be fair, Shovel does try to cheese it immediately. I'm glad that somebody did. I think it might be the first attempted usage of the token. To be honest, can I win the show with the token? I mean, if it can do literally anything, then it's worth a try. Yeah, I mean, I agree. That's fair. Then we end up having Sunny added onto the Deadly Dudes because the Black Holy is now, a much happier fella, when the because of the new outlook. However, then Grassblock, by the way, that's definitely a new asset, right? That looks different. Ends up wanting to make a newbie alliance with a couple of newbies, but not really. So they ask Shovel, and Shovel says yes. And then they ask Sunny, but Sunny's like, yo, my bad. Already joined. I'm occupied, but good luck. A grass blocky tries to be mad at them. I mean, to be fair, right? They were stuck for 7 months within a void with nothing else to chat to but themselves for a while. Maybe some bonds were made, like grass block Sunny, but yeah, I mean, that's kind of complicated. Then we have ourselves the challenge. We're back in the boy area, if I'm not mistaken, because we have the cliff that Eggy originally fell down from. And then our challenge ends with just being to climb up there, climb up the thing. Yay! We love challenges where you gotta climb a thing to reach a destination. Shout out to those challenges. Just like half the challenges on the show. But eventually, the first people to climb end up being Dry Ice, which is kind of no bullshit, does it? That's just Dry Ice as a character. You know, Dry Ice is pretty no bullshit. Is like, nope, we do this. Grassblock and Lollipop get up there pretty early. Then Grassblock fucking Ender Pearls back down because it so happens that when you throw an Ender Pearl, it doesn't really work. Slimekeep, as part of the Deadly Do, suggests Sunny, yo, if you go up there and just freaking burn everyone, you know, we'd be pretty deadly, which is fair enough as a tactic. I'm very surprised that Sunny goes with it because, well, Black Holy in this season never really seemed like the type that wouldn't stray away from like doing mean stuff. Um, Sunny definitely does. Sunny definitely gives me the vibes of character that is, you know, very much so trying to play nice. You know, like they act nice, they act positive and all that stuff. They wish people well, right? So I'm surprised that they went along with the plan. Oh yeah, sure, okay, I'll burn everybody. Which okay. Sunny ends up being safe. Black Holy ends up flying up there, but then eventually gets hit by the freaking stick that makes you evaporate, which is unfortunate. Goldie and Ribbit Image get up there. Ribbit Image much more content now that Bendy if he's gone, of course. Sunny ends up telling Slimekeep to recover Black Holy, which we do end up doing. Then eventually, what happens? Okay, Goldie gets thrown off by Lollipop, so that way the Ender Pearl duo of Shovel and Grasswalk, of course, which are part of the new alliance with Lollipop, end up being safe, and Black Holy somehow doesn't fly up in time. This guy is so slow. Somehow, I don't think Black Holy has ever won a challenge that involves getting from point A to point B, even though those are the challenges that Black Holy should excel at. It's one of the most, it's one of the funniest. This guy cannot do the easiest challenges, but he can do the tougher ones. So that means that everybody else is up for elimination. That means Red Stick, Black Holy, Slime Cube, Graduation Hat, and Goldie are up for Elam. Oh, everybody else ends up being there. So apparently, the eliminated contestants will choose who gets out. We don't get to see this because in this episode we have a rejoin vote. However, who the hell gets voted out here? Hoo-wee. Okay, that's interesting. You know what? I feel like Black Hole might be leaving. But I don't know. Ooh, that's interesting, isn't it? And I feel like it's Black Hole. It depends on Gummy. Because Gummy, of course, they've been hanging out for a while, so they've had a lot to talk. They have a lot to chit chatter. Right? And of course, there is Gummy there, which has a lot to talk with Black Hole about. So theoretically, the other people could have I guess, built a resentment. So that could have potentially been the deal. But Gummy did seem over it as well when going down there. So maybe not. But in which case, the other ones I don't know. Because Goldie, there's some fans over in the elimination area. Graduation has Hat over in the elimination area. Red Stick has no. Red Stick doesn't even. And then Slime Cube. I feel like Slime Cube is leaving, but I've said that like every episode. I feel like Slime Cube is giving me vibes of a character that should be leaving. I feel like they're over saying they're welcome. I know they're not in any like arcs and stuff. They don't have too many friends in the game. They don't feel like they're not necessarily extremely entertaining contestant in any category. Right? This is Shrem is a very interesting fella. You know, like I don't know about it. It seems like a neutral guy that gets out, but in this case, I don't know. They don't get out. I feel like Holy might be in danger. But anyways, now we have ourselves the rejoin vote. Fish ends up going in to the apartment where they've all been living, trying to get jobs and stuff. Apparently, Bucket met a guy named Dan, and they're hanging out, which is kind of fun. And then Fish randomly appears, knocking on the door. You know what? Considering this whole "don't leave or else you'll be punished," Fish is surprisingly nice at this moment. Like, they really didn't mind. I mean, to be fair, I guess it makes sense. Again, when you've been gone for 7 months, but even though like everything makes sense until you put in the timeline of it's been 7 months, then nothing makes sense again. But like, yeah, Fish ends up, I guess, being okay with it. And then they decide to do a vote to do a rejoin. Yay! So they all make their claim. Who can rejoin? That is a question that I find interesting. Um, Interesting enough, by the way, before I talk about this, I don't think in this series, the hit series where eliminations change all the time, different methods. Ooh, I don't think we have had a single vote to eliminate yet. That's just not happened. We switch from like vote to save to the middleman to vote to save, a different thing, but to like vote for advantage or whatever, right? But we have never just had a vote to eliminate. I understand a lot of people don't like vote to eliminate, but I mean, if we're having a season that swaps systems one time, come on, bro. What are we doing out here? Let people be negative. But anyways, let's see the rejoin. So who could rejoin? OJ could definitely rejoin because of the classic rejoin thing, right? The classic rejoin votes tend to be if your show has a rejoin, usually first out also gets voted in. Okay, so OJ, in my opinion, definitely top candidate, and by just the virtue of this is the thing that nearly always happens, I'm gonna say that this is what's gonna happen, and OJ gets in. Okay, that's gonna be my prediction. However, there's some other people that have, I think, some chances. Bucket, I think, has some decent chances because of the viewers being trolls. There's sometimes quite a lot of trolling being in place. Is that wouldn't it be funny if the person that didn't want to join joined, right? So Bucket, I think, has some chances to join as well. Then Lava has an interesting opportunity to join as well because they are one of the fan faves from the era, and they were indeed unfairly eliminated, by like the one time that viewers couldn't pick. So I do think Lava rejoining would be a possibility as well because they did seem to be a character with a lot of voting power. And then Gummy could rejoin. Even though I think they're the latest out, because first of all they're the latest out, but they're still been out like 3 episodes ago. Yeah, because we've had freaking the 2 non-competition episodes in a row. But they also the whole like holy art, right? So they could rejoin. So like, okay, we need to see this interaction happen now. So we got to bring you back in so that happens, right? So that is the situation. So I think that those 4 have an opportunity. The other 3 are kind of unlikely. My prediction is still OJ because people just tend to vote for the first one. But we're gonna see. Lava still does have an opportunity. They're also in the middle of the screen, but yeah. And then at the end we have Ben Deefy freaking doing some sort of ritual. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I don't know the lore of Bendy and the Game Machine. I don't know if this is a thing that happens. But either way, Ben Deefy, after 7 months of searching for you see, what is this logic? This time. How does it work? We need time too. We need the sequel to time. Okay. Eventually manages to summon whatever they're trying to summon and do what they need to do. But I don't really know what's happening there, so we'll gloss over it for now and keep it moving later. Episode 12 is titled, Who the heck are you guys? Let's go. All right, I just watched episode 12 of the hit series BOIBB, where we have a box set with a job now. We've had they both found a job over at the police. Yeah, again, I'm telling you, bro, like this society, this in between society, they chill as hell. They have not found one mean person in this society, you know. Like I mean, I get the criminal, right? But they've not found like for being from a different dimension, bro. These people are chill. They are chill, Like, bro, these people are fire. But eventually we end up having the rejoin time with Fish, who is yet again being mysteriously nice to their contestants. Considering the whole like disappearing act and the fact that they were forced there. I do okay. This is something that should probably get analyzed a little bit because like Fish is not that insane as a host. I think I said that before. However, they're not also that nice, right? Which implies that their way that they're acting right now is kind of different. And it's weird, right? Because these people they're just living there, but that's okay now. So I don't know. I find that a little bit off. So I don't know. I have a feeling that like we have fish being in like quite a heavy like try to finish the season mode. You know, I feel like you can kind of see it in how fish acts a little bit. You know, we have or double elimination, which I mean the TV can't decide on their own, so that was already a thing. I'm pretty sure, right? So we're getting double eliminations. We're treating the contestants very much so nicer than usual, right? Because like we don't want them to quit. We don't want them to make a fuss, you know. Because remember the last time when they made a fuss, we had to quit. We had to stop an entire season for it, right? So okay, that's fine. So now they do that, and then in general, they're also just doing some simple challenges, simpler voting. You know, they're not making shit too complicated because I feel like they want to finish the season because they want to prove them wrong. This could be a completely wrong arc that I'm imagining here, but I have a feeling that we're kind of in fish trying to finish the season mode. So that way we end up having some other fellas, you know, like we end up finishing the season and you can be like, Dad, I proved you wrong, you know. I feel like that's important. But anyways, we end up having Bucket get the least votes, so people didn't troll, and then by quite a margin, double more than anybody else, Lava ends up rejoining with 420 votes. That this fella has so much power over voting. If it's a vote to save, Lava is absolutely surviving. I don't know how Lava would do in a vote to eliminate because we don't fucking ever have one of those. Not a single time. Bro, we're doing a competition that switches voting systems. Do the most popular voting system one time. You know, like if it's all one system, sure, but like it's not all one system to give it a go. Like, come on. But anyways, we eventually end up having Lava rejoining. Everybody else stays, and then well, actually no, they don't stay because we are specifically having them vote somebody out, and then because a punching dummy, they end up all deciding to vote out alongside OJ and Bucket. They end up leading the decision to vote out Graduation Hat. To be fair, Graduation Hat had kind of been on the back burner for 4 episodes. Like ever since the freaking whole the 10 situation happened, like we haven't basically seen Graduation Hat do anything. So it made sense. I feel that this character ran its course, and then it just sort of kind of paused itself. So then they're getting eliminated, and their double elimination ends up Lava, which is forced to pick between the rest of them. Yet again, I don't know if I just randomly noticed this, but I swear, like between the last episode and this one, we have much more BFB the style of animation. You know, like it varies itself so much more now, which is very BFB to be fair. But like, yeah, I just think it's interesting. Goldie ends up getting eliminated because of them being good, so they end up being out. Which yeah, Goldie is another character that wasn't really striking me as a superbly interesting one in terms of like arc stuff, because Goldie kind of had a half arc with the whole like punching dummy being a fan or whatever. But you know, Goldie with the whole play solo thing, they played solo, they got random bullshit writing so that they survived like 3 challenges in a row. But other than that, it was kind of okay. You know, like it didn't really impact anything too much. So then Gummy doesn't get to talk to Black Hole. Oh, Gummy. You gotta be fucking faster, okay? If you're gonna do that, like you gotta speed it up, okay? But all right, then you end up leaving, and then with the having no fellow Black Hole, he's just looking at it confused, like, hold on, what? But anyhow, final 11, and there's only 6 more episodes. But anyhow, we end up having a strategy for the challenge, which ends up being tagged. So the challenge is tagged. Somebody's randomly assigned, a random amount of time passes, and it'll explode. Pretty much it's a tag hot potato blend. All right. Ribbit Image ends up joining the alliance of Eggy and Red Stick, and in the meantime, we end up having the tag start. So, yet again, for like the millionth time, Black Holy flops a challenge that requires movement. This guy is a black hole. He can fly wherever the hell he wants. And he cannot do a challenge that requires movement despite being the most mobile character in the entire show. And it is crazy. He tries to catch him, gets that out immediately. Black Holy up for Elam. Then eventually, next up being up for Elam. So they end up trying to search for the house. Somehow, Red Stick and the boys end up teleporting to a new dimension because of one of Boxhead's devices. So they end up doing that. Lava ends up getting so anxious about potentially losing another challenge again and disappointing their peers that they tag Sunny, and Sunny's up for eliminations. Then in round 3, Grass Block ends up pretty immediately tying themselves out after they find a weird statue. This statue is interesting. It looks like an immunity idol in like a Survivor, in like a total drama, like one of those, like those immunity idols that make you immune whenever you use it. Like it just looks like one of those. I don't think that's what that is. That's what the fish tokens are theoretically supposed to be, but nobody ever uses them because nobody ever understands how like half the voting systems work. So they're gonna do it, and then yet again, Slime Cube ends up being the last one tagged out by Lava, and then they end up getting bye-byed. So we end up having those 4 BF for elimination. I don't even know what universe the other fellas are. You can never be too sure that we maybe aren't just in another show. Maybe this is a cameo. To be honest, I wouldn't be too surprised if the universe that they end up in is a cameo. But personally, I don't really know where they are. But eventually, we end up having some. I swear I've seen these people before. Who is this? No, I've seen these people. These people are from something. I don't know. They go to a universe. I swear. Where did they go to? I don't know. They totally went somewhere. But I don't know. I've seen these people. But like, anyways, we have ourselves a vote to save. Who is gonna be saved? Okay, bro. Here's the deal. I always tell you the Slime Cube's gonna get out. I've told you that like every time. And you know what? I feel like every time I say the Slime Cube's getting out, Slime Cube stays in as a result. So I'm gonna try to do a double down. I'm gonna say Sunny gets out because we haven't had too many Sunny votes in terms of how many votes does Sunny get? Sunny got a lot of votes to, of course, debut, but it's been a while, so I don't know if Sunny's gonna get a lot of votes to save. Right, so I'm gonna say Black Holy and Grass, but they're kind of fan favorites, so I think they probably go up. But then I'm gonna say Sunny gets out. All right, even though I want Slime Cube to get out because again, I don't find Slime Cube that interesting right now. But all right. Anyhow, did we talk the talk? Hold on, let me check the comments. Where did we go? They went to OTA. Oh my god. Oh, they went to OTA. That's the other show. That's the other LeoFriends show. I think that's the best performing LeoFriends show. I think I eventually gotta get to it because I was recommended it. So at some point I have to get to it. But currently, I mean, that's not the plan because I'm trying to get to MCS first. I need to cover so much LeoFriends stuff. I'm very sorry. If we might have LeoFriends BOIR now, okay? There's a lot of stuff we gotta get to. This fella has made a lot of shows in his time, alright? Anyways, it's time for episode 13. Hi, I'm Broom, featuring GagOGreen. Let's go. Alright, so we have the 13th episode of BOIBB, where we have some, quite a lot of interesting things definitely happen in that episode. We have the dedicate. So hold on, who were they trying to revive? Now that I think about it, because they were trying to revive someone. Who? Wait. I don't know. I don't know who they were trying to revive, but I guess somebody. But like, we eventually end up having the fellas up for bye-bye time, quote unquote. And we have Sunny use a fish token for today. In this episode, we remembered fish tokens exist. That's pretty much just what we did. In this episode, we were like, yo, remember this mechanic that we introduced like 10 episodes ago that nobody has literally used in any type of way at all, in a way that matters? Yeah. Let's use those now. Let's use those 3 times in one episode. Of course, of course, of course. So we end up having Sunny use it because they were worried about the elimination. Which, you know what, fair. I mean, of course, I did predict them getting out. They don't get out. We actually have Black Holy get out. Black Holy ends up not getting enough votes to save in this case. Because how many did they get? They get 269, which is less than Slime Cube's 331. I'm telling you, bro, Slime Cube is one of those immortal entities that just never leaves, no matter how much they should definitely be eliminated by now. But okay. Then Black Holy gets out, which is interesting because of course you end up going downwards to the in between dimension where the gummy interaction is inevitable. They've got to talk. Come on, one time, bro. You can't keep doing this. You can't keep doing this. And yeah, I mean, Black Holy was starting to get pretty neutral, and at some point, you gotta start just thinking, Black Holy is so bad. I just like challenge, like no, I'm telling you, this guy has one of the most shambolic performances of all time. It's like if you give someone full diamond armor and they still lose to somebody with a bronze sword, yes, with a wooden sword. Right? Like, it doesn't like what. Like, I don't know how this fellow kept flopping, so they end up flopping. And after that, Sunny decides that the lava just did something unacceptable and is going to switch over to the newbie alliance over with Glass Block as well. So Lava is mildly sad about it, but don't worry, Lava cheers up pretty quickly. Then we have our challenge, which ends up being bring shiny thing to me. I give points to shiny thing based on what I feel like. Most shiny point win. Okay, interesting. I'm gonna be honest, I'm very surprised that nobody tries to submit themselves as a shiny thing. Like, I was like, surely Sunny gets like 1 billion points if they submitted themselves in, right? that would feel right. But nobody actually goes on to do that. So we end up having some interesting things. So then we end up dividing into the 3 groups because we have, of course, the Newbie Alliance, the Fish Alliance, the Newbie Alliance, the Deadly Dudes, and now the freaking Eggy Alliance, right? The Eggy Alliance is busy with the teleporter. They were in ODA and trying to do that, so then they end up teleporting from place to place. I'm gonna be honest, I'm not sure how many of these places that we teleport to are shows that exist. Like, I'm not like, I don't know how many ones. Of course, there's animatic, but I'm not sure how many of these other places are like places that exist. But by the way, the animatic cameo is very kind of funny. You must leave. I mean, they do indeed leave, but yeah, like I don't know, like the place with shovel that they found was like super like. Is that a guy? Is that a show? Is there a show about a shovel in a white void, or is that invented? You know, like it's interesting to think about. To be honest, what I was also thinking maybe was something they were gonna do is I wouldn't have been too surprised if they had original, like not if original, if they had taken the idea of what if they teleport into elimination? You know, like what would have happened if they teleported into the elimination area? Because that is one of the dimensions, like they're dimension hopping. You know, they could end up in the dimension where the eliminated contestants are, right? Which I think is interesting. To be honest, like it would have been interesting, like nearly eliminated themselves in a way by just literally TPing there. That would be a little bit too bullshit if they just eliminated themselves by teleporting into the elimination area. But like the dumbest triple elimination in history. But that is an interesting thing that I consider them doing. Um, Eventually, we have not too much time left, and lava. Well, after we dimension hop even more, we end up finding our way back. As you, I mean, okay, it's one of those things where it's like realistically, you know, if we're going with the multiverse here, there's infinite amount of universes for infinite amount of things and shows. Technically, the likelihood of you managing to teleport back to the world that you originally came from is so unbelievably low that you literally never do it. But let's just gloss over that because who cares? um, you see, because Lollipop considers submitting Bucket to the freaking thing, right? They consider submitting Bucket because they were shiny. Okay, yeah, but why don't we consider submitting Sun, who is the shiniest thing in the universe? What are we doing? Why are we not considering this tactic out here? Come on, bro. But anyways, over at the very last second, Lava gets super worried about being up for Elim again because they really don't want to be up for elimination. Lava wants to survive, and then they end up claiming 500 points at the very end and using their token. I'm gonna be honest. I mean, like fish. I mean, like Lava historically has had such an unbelievably good track record with votes. Everybody pretty much likes Lava. Just like within the show, everybody likes Lava outside of the show. They survive vote to saves easily. They rejoined easily. Like they've been doing easy. So as far as the track record goes, Lava shouldn't exactly need a fish token to be able to survive an elimination. And then we have a vote to eliminate. Oh my god. I thought those things were mythical creatures that were only present in fairy tales. We have a vote to eliminate in BOIBB. I thought I'd never see the day. I thought I just had to complain about this forever. We have listened to the calls. The calls for the vote to eliminate. Yes. Anyways, who gets out in a vote to eliminate? That's a great question. Um, Honestly, because the people around the elimination area, they end up being like kind of not necessarily too like they don't do mean stuff really. Like Eggy, Ribbit Image, and Red Stick, they've been very much so fine for a while. Red Stick, of course, historically got out in the vote to eliminate. Dude, I want to say Sunny leaves because Sunny was mean to Lava, okay? And how dare you be mean to the fan favorite character? You know, they made Lava sad, they made Lava frown, and that's just no good, all right? So that's gonna be my guess, but to be honest, I have been getting progressively worse at predicting the elimination. I have a feeling that my opinion of the characters does not relate to the average opinion of the characters. So at this point, I'm gonna say I'm gonna predict. I've been always wrong, to be honest. I'm not exactly had a great go at predicting stuff today, but we go how we do. Eventually, Penny ends up taking in the teleporter. By the way, there is absolutely no way that was the plan you had. What plan did you have? Your plan wasn't, oh, let's go find the teleporter that we didn't have. Penny, what was your plan to dimension hop? I need to know, because the freaking hole to go to the other dimension that I suggested, you didn't know that it wasn't there by the time that you gave the original idea, and this teleporter only showed up after. So what were you inventing? I need to know. What was the plan to dimension hop without any of those features? I need to know, bro. I need to know. And I also just gotta point out, I don't know what it is about it. Seeing animatic in the outro is just funny. Like it's just kind of funny, right? So yeah, shout out to Animatic Battle. It's cool. Hopefully, I don't know. There was supposed to be an episode in November, but I guess they didn't get it done in time. Um. Anyways, it is time for BOIBB 14. Hey guys, want to see a magic trick? Alright, I just watched BOIBB 14. Want to see a magic trick? I find it interesting how the average length of the episodes has been going down. Like, it's been 4 episodes back to back to back to back where our length has just, like we've been going down, slowly. Which is interesting because I feel like in most shows it goes up, and from this moment on, I think it starts going up a little bit back again. But on average, it ends up being interesting how like we have been going down. So we discovered what the hell the weird statue is. So apparently the weird statue gives you a dreamlike state of your deepest fantasies, and it just so happens that this like immunity that this statue has been hanging around near fish, and whenever fish surround it, they just start like seeing things. They start seeing cod, Adobe. I think I saw once. The other freaking like his mom, I think, shows up, right? So they're just incredibly distracted when doing that. So we had our first proper vote to eliminate of this series, where eliminated ends up being Sunny. alongside Lollipop and our surprise double elimination. As I think we have like a Spanish text to speech speaking in English. If I'm not mistaken, I think this is what's going on. But yeah, I mean, this makes sense. The amount of pulling power the lava has is crazy. I mean, like, this is kind of like how Grassy is in Teapot, you know? It's kind of like there's just a power to this. So like the entire voting shapes around lava pretty much. So it's like Sunny was first of all, already Sunny's not incredibly interested right now because their arc is done, right? But like they were technically building another arc. But either way, it didn't really get time to start properly. Sunny goes bye bye and says bye bye, as well as Lollipop. Lollipop, which in my opinion already wasn't really doing much for a while. So those two make sense as the eliminated contestants, absolutely, because one was mean to Lava. And Mineral Shovel remains. Yippee! So we end up having some interesting stuff as we end up TPing back to the first season of Boy, because Fish just wants to get away. To be fair, it would work, of course, since the statue isn't with them anymore. However, interesting enough, of course, the main thing is that Fishbot, the recovery center, is not there as well. Fish is left with them, which means that theoretically anybody that dies isn't going to be able to get recovered there unless we either have Fishbot come over or we have freaking them come back. I feel like they're gonna come back probably in an episode because I don't like. Again, we gotta get people recovered, no? Like surely. So that is my presumption. And then we have ourselves the balance beam. Yay! If I'm not mistaken, this is the BOIR balance beam because was this the BOIR balance or was this the BOIR balance? No, I think it was the BOIR one that they reloaded, right? Because it's the one that like twists a bit depending on how the hell it works. Um, I will say I found it a little bit weird that Eggy is so against getting reminded of season one. Because I understand why. I understand the gag going on here. The only thing that Eggy does in season one is have a scene where they jump off a cliff and die. Okay, sure, I understand that might not be a good memory, but in this season, Eggy has died like 10 times more ways and in more brutal ways and in bigger ways than this. You know? Like, it's not. That one death is not that like inconspicuously bad compared to many other deaths. Anytime I Ribbit images, I want to be reminded of the first season because I mean they survived with Ben Deefy, so okay, sure, but like in general, that ends up being a thing. We end up having a much more like aggressive set. The deadly dudes kind of pump up the aggression. Last time we had a balance beam challenge, I think it was like BFBOI. In general, like it wasn't really that aggressive. Like in general, these balance beams haven't been that aggressive for a while. Now that the deadly dudes are here, where they're out there, they increase the aggression count way more because they're quite deadly, right? And the grass block themselves is also a pretty strong performer, very, very, very strong. As usual, grass block using the Pyro Minecraft to decide as kind of a fun character that does well. I think they got even the most votes in this, the least votes in this elimination for the vote to eliminate. So we end up having the last ones being safe, being grass block and Ribbit image, who is a goat at balance beam. This fella barely does anything, but it still survives. Thinking, making somebody eat the TNT or doing an MLG water on lava is crazy. By the way, that is insanity. Like that is cool. I can't lie. But yeah, grass block absolutely OPs. Grassbot uses the fish token to bring Shovel and Eggy safe. And meanwhile, Red Stick is safe alongside freaking a Ribbit image, which means that the deadly dudes are the only ones that are up for elimination. We have a second vote to eliminate in a row. We don't switch it. So we have Lava, Dry Ice, and Slime Cube being the ones. So will Fisher get to discover, does Lava have haters? because while lava, of course, has been by a country mile the biggest like threat in my opinion, by just simply like being extremely fan favorite, lava ends up becoming the biggest threat in the show because they just can't leave. And any vote to save or anything, they just can't leave, and anybody who's mean to them leaves themselves, right? Which means that the amount of pulling power that they have is crazy. But it's the first time we're going to see lava in a vote to eliminate setting. So it's going to be interesting, right? Because do people want to see lava out, right? There's a lot of people that want to see lava in. We know that very well. But do people want to see lava out, right? That's the question. We do have Slime Cube here again, as usual. I don't give a shit about Slime Cube, so that's why I would vote for them because I don't give a shit. But other than that, I guess Slime Cube might stay in. It's interesting because they did they did one of those. Oh, voters are gonna vote you out for being mean, haha, in the episode itself. Which is always kind of trying to nudge the viewers, being like, "Hey, come on, don't be predictable." I feel like we don't want the viewers to vote Slime Cube for being mean. But in which case, yeah. And Dry Ice could get them. I don't know. I don't know, to be honest. But yeah, I'm just curious about Lava Guy now. I'm gonna do my last. Who leaves? I don't know. I get these wrong. Like, do I want to say Lava leave? Do we think that people are actually gonna vote against Lava? I don't know. This is just the one debate. It's the one debate. Do people vote against lava? Oh god, man. That's tough to say. That is tough to say. I guess I just don't know. I guess I just don't know. In this case, I just don't know. Anyway, the other thing that I find kind of interesting is how the statue has affects fish in a way it makes them seize the fantasy. However, it hasn't impacted anybody else. You know, like at the end of the day, we were studying this artifact for quite a while. The grass block allies, and they didn't see any visions or weird stuff going. Like they don't see that stuff. So it's like, wait, hold on, what's the matter? You know, like what's popping? I thought we were supposed to be to see it. So just fish. You know, which kind of gives me vibes of like sometimes a bit convenient writing is that like, oh, when it's near fish, fish will smell the pheromone. They don't smell the pheromone. You know, they won't get to see their fantasy. Look, we can make funny jokes with that. Come on, bro, take advantage. Take advantage. Okay, come on, bro. We gotta take advantage of these moments. Anyways, it's officially time to head into episode 15 of BOIBB, which is titled "I'm Genuinely Uncomfortable." Now, all of these titles have been quotes. Whether they're important or not important, that's like they're usually not important. But yeah, I'm genuinely uncomfortable now. I guess that's something that's going to be said in the episode. Let's watch it. Let's talk about it. Go. All right, so that is episode 15 of BOIBB. So we have ourselves the fellas in the grasslands, and we are indeed starting to chat a little bit about the fact that, yeah, I don't know, this show's definitely on the road to trying to end as quickly as possible. I mean, of course, we know from the above lands that there's only about 2 episodes remaining, so like yeah, things are going by quickly. We're doing double elimination like very, very often. Fish is interesting because they aren't necessarily agreeing with the idea of doing double eliminations. However, they are agreeing with the idea of doing it quickly, right? Like they are going along, like they are doing challenges with very little amounts of time. We're simplifying the playing field of pretty much every single challenge, right? And we're doing challenges that are less like objective and more like subjective, right? That way we can kind of put whoever we want up for elimination, eliminate whoever we want, do kind of whatever the hell, right? So it ends up being interesting. And yeah, I don't know, because the TV has definitely been wanting to send people off. However, I don't know. I still feel like this is Fish's thing. You know, Fish is trying to get it done. They've still got unresolved family business. And by finishing a season, I think that they would officially like free some of the shackles. You know, some of those shackles from being a fail, right? From always failing, never being a success, never even managing to finish a season of the thing that they worked their life for, right? So I think that just doing anything possible to finish this is absolutely in the best interest of our fella here, of our fish fella. So we end up having our elimination ceremony after firstly we end up taking fish to the fish bought to fish because they they needed to be there to revive it. Ben Deafy is very interested in the artifact. Apparently they TP'd back or something. Presumably they know that they're eliminated because I don't know they would have tried to return to the competition by now. But yeah, no real clue what the hell Ben Deafy's plan is. I mean, that artifact is fine. It's not like the best thing in the world. Like as far as stuff goes, that statue isn't really a game changer. Like it makes you hallucinate a little bit, right? If you're near it, but you can always just I don't know leave. It doesn't even work on everybody, and you can always kind of just leave. I don't think it doesn't make the things real, right? The thing about that statue is that it makes you imagine your fears, right? It makes you feel like you're in a dream, right? However, it's not real, So I feel like that statue, in the grand scheme of things, is like not that important, you know. Um, so yeah, I mean, we kind of just hope for the best on that aspect. So yeah, in general, then we have ourselves the freaking elimination with the deadly dudes, and we end up having Lava be safe so clearly. Oh my god, Lava's never getting out. Lava is the fan favorite. Oh, it's so over. It's so over. Lava's never getting out. This is impossible. Okay, I know. I did say that lava be getting out back then was bullshit because it was absolutely bullshit. They eliminated lava in a completely random way, right? Like, yes, that was BS. But at the same time, this is never happened. Lava is never going home. It's just not possible. Lava, whether they lose a challenge, whether they win a challenge, they consistently lose challenge, they're just too kind. They're the epitome of way too much kindness to where they pretty much just become a fan favorite, right? Because they're just adorable. So they will just never, never be up for it. I could not imagine currently, unless something major happens, right? But in the current state of things, lava is not getting out against anybody, and it's not even close. Like it's not even close. We're so far away from a lava elimination. It's crazy. Anyway, so we finally see Slime Cube get out. This should have happened like 5 episodes ago. I'm sorry. This guy I predicted to be out for like half the season. I don't know. I just don't find him that interesting. Like as far as like a character goes, as far as personality, I feel they're not doing that much. And then you could ask me, well, why is Dry Ice more serious? Well, because Dry Ice was more of a for real. Dry Ice was more like keeping it on the low key, just kind of doing challenges, being pretty solid and overall. And even though like they don't appear that much, I respect the solidity in the Dry Ice game. In the freaking like Slime Cube, they just kind of weren't very good, but they also weren't really that interesting, and they just kind of were being in most eliminations and just getting through as like the second to last or the third to, they never were really a major um winning force. So they're just I kind of end up not being that interested. So all right, goodbye then. Goodbye. See you later. We end up having, however, the backstory being told to Black Holy over in the elimination area. So by the way, we get to discover that they have a different room. So there's the old eliminated contestants that found the room on their own, and then there's the new ones that are in their own separate other room, which is interesting. So that's what's currently going on. But then, all right, yeah. Well, holy, with the interesting duo Golden Graduation, it's so over. This fella's GG'd. But eventually, we get to discover. So, battle for the silver. Remember, this is where Slime Cube was, and this is where, if you remember, Slime Cube was extremely like scared of getting out originally. Like they really didn't want to get out because they were put in a red void that was all sad and not good, right? And they eventually build a society because the host two, which by the way, I don't know if two from Battle of Silver is the same two that is dating Fish. I don't know if that's a thing that's happening, but that might be, to be honest. But because I mean, we borrowed one fella from the show, whatever, and we're being very respectful to two, so that's fair. But anyways, we take that eliminated contestant and then they bring them over. However, Potty Humor, which is a plunger, ends up being the other character that gets left behind because we were best buds, we were roommates and everything, and eventually he just disappears. Right, he's disappeared, and now like what the hell happened to Potty Humor? We do not know. We do not know. I mean, we might. I mean, we probably don't know in the other show because we forgot, right? So in general, we end up having that story, which is which it's a cool story. I like that story, because it gets you to imagine, like what might have happened on the side of Potty Humor. It seems like such a joyous fella, but after seeing somebody literally disappear in front of their eyes, like what the hell? You just abandoned me, right? So there's some sadness that you can imagine there, right? But yeah, they do not come back, and then we end up having ourselves the fellas who end up doing the challenge, which yet again, as I said, they have been going pretty quickly. So, first of all, the grass block apparently says that they've been more savage or more sassy so far. Personally, I'm gonna say I disagree. I don't really think that they've been that sassy. They've been kind of they've been acting normal. Grass block was always like this, but we eventually have no, sorry, I confused it. We eventually have me, which is some crystal, and then we have Yes, which is an eldritch being, a gory eldritch being. Right? And then they've arrived to try to join BFBOI back like 4 years late. I don't. They took a long walk, right? um, but eventually they end up being the challenge. So, you, the character, which everybody kind of considers to be very weird because they are holy shit. This needs me like a photosensitive warning, bro. What the hell? The characters are rightfully grossed out by it, but we're grossing out the viewers as well. Chillax, man. What will the 7-year-olds think? Ah, whatever. They already look like fucking blood-eyed Elsagate. Um, but like, anyways, our challenge is to just do anything for you. Make anything for the character you, as like a gift or something. Most people end up taking the idea, especially probably because of how he looks, to make a statue of sculpture or anything, to represent too. So hold on. Your chance to make something nice for you. Yeah, everybody just decides to make like a sculpture of them, which is interesting. Nobody takes the idea of just gifting or just gifting you something. Like it feels like that's something that they should have probably just done, no? But yeah, especially none of them liked looking at you. So of course, let's do the freaking painting method where you have to constantly look at them. It's like I'm surprised nobody's went like, here's some like diamonds I found, like that's what grass ball does or something, right? Like that felt more correct, but nope. So the teams end up having their eliminations done. You have the collaborative effort to make a magma piece, which to be fair, that worked. That's kind of crazy. I don't even know where lava found the magma because yes, they are magma, but they don't like leave magma off. Like they don't have like a magma trail. So do they just need to grab chunks of themselves? How does that happen? But it's a pretty solid structure. They get a 14, which is actually a 15. When Eggy does a small little drawing, which is pretty. I mean, it's a drawing, which then gets a 7. Then they have hold on. They get a 10, an 8, and then a 4. No, and then a 10 for the freaking grass block sculpture. You see, here's the difference between a character like Glass Block and a character like Black Holy, right? Grass Block has an immense amount of power because of their Minecraft inventory. They've got Minecraft skills, they've got Minecraft inventory, and they've got just Minecraft knowledge, right? Which puts them in a very powerful position as a contestant because they know about a lot of things that other characters don't know, right? However, at the same time, it's like unlike a character like Black Holy, Grass Block actually just does well. Grass Block ends up being a powerful competitor because they know how to use it. Black Holy is a black hole, which is a pretty fucking good thing to be when it comes to being being a strong competitor. However, they flop every time, right? They have a skill, but like they have an interesting shape. However, they flop miserably every time without fail, right? Which is like, okay, that's interesting. Um, and then eventually we end up having the freaking thing. The drawing on the floor. Hold on, I swear one of these ratings were wrong. Hold on, give me a moment. Give me a moment. What? Yeah, hold on. So you get 2, 2, and 10 again. You get 14. Yeah, okay. Then we have the Pixel Plush, which got. But how did you make that? Anyways, you got an 8, a 10, and then a 4, which is 21. No, and then a 3, right? Yeah. It was 10, 8, and 3, and then we got a 20. What? How does that math fish go to fish school? What are you doing? Anyways, whatever. We end up having Shovel be the automatic elimination after they end up being, first of all, already the worst statue, but it's also the last statue. So yeah, it just ends up not being a great attempt. Goodbye, Shovel. You gave it you gave it a good go, but I don't think we ever built too many arcs with you, to be honest. So yeah. Now, bye-bye time. Vote to lead between Red Stick, Eggy, Dry Ice, and Lava. As usual, we're taking the strategy of, well, Lava can lose every challenge because they're not going to get out. So Lava's safe. Red Stick and Eggy last time did a pretty damn good performance, I think, in the last vote to eliminate. I think they were both safe pretty immediately. So I'm going to say Dry Ice goes this time. Because they were already also in the chopping mode the other time. I could be wrong, but I'm going to say Dry Ice goes, okay? And then we have the Deadly Dudes officially disband. Time for episode 16. We're getting there. Episode 16 is titled See You Later, Stinky. Let's go. Alright, so quite a while ago I watched the BOIBB 16. See you later, Stinky. And it is officially time to talk about it. So we start off here with Fish, which eventually talks to Fishbot, which apparently is sensing negative energy from Fish, which is a thing that you can do now. Okay, you can sense sense the radiation of Fish's emotions. Really? Okay. That's weird. But eventually we do find out that yes, okay, Fish is indeed trying to just speedrun the season because they really wanna finish the season. Why? To say that you finished the season. And even though they're not gonna say their parents, I still do think that that is the reason. Like deep down, it's kind of like, yo, like I want to be able to say I finished the season, but you want to say that to who? Yeah, exactly, to your parents, right? That is the main goal that this has been like reliant on. We have been reliant on that one goal to make it to the big leagues, right? It's just that we want to finish the season, and we've been doing double elimination. And hey, Fishball is like, look, you are getting tired of this. Okay, you've been gone for 7 months, anyways. That one time, somehow, right? You've done all that. Then maybe you should just do it. Okay, the show's already taken a massive break. The contestants have already kind of been even asking you to do eliminations to get shit over with. They've not been too mad about getting eliminated. Right. I don't think a lot of these are points that Fishball even makes, but like in general, we've been doing double elimination and nobody has minded. So, it's okay. You can finish the show. And it's like, okay, fine. We can do that. So that means that this ends up being the last challenge of BOIBB. We have ourselves the intro, which I guess we'll play for the second to last time. Yet again, this song is fire. We're on episode 16. It has not gotten any worse. It has actually remained at the same level of fire. I'm not tired of it. But we end up having the finale, which is going to be the next episode. So then we have ourselves the eliminated character, which ends up being Eggy. Eggy ends up getting eliminated with the most votes, so they don't quite end up making the finale. Unfortunate. Eggy was kind of getting by just being a very smart competitor, being very strategic, and also being nice at the same time. They were nice and they were strategic. So they both didn't go up for elimination that often because they usually managed to win challenges by being smart. And they were also nice, had friends, and managed to, especially making friends with people that were often ostracized. That was one of the reasons why Eggy was often managing to do really well. However, yeah, Eggy was starting to sort of quieten down because Eggy's main friends, right? Like at the start of the season, Eggy was lifting people up, lifting Red Stick up from fear, lifting freaking the other fella. Oh god, what they're called? I don't even know. I think it was Lollipop or something. Like back from fear. We were building up something. We were building up people, but now those people have either have they've done, they've moved on. Red Stick is now a grown, but like person. Like they are a proper competitor now that can think on their own. That's not afraid anymore. That has learned to be a proper competitor. So, and the other fellas, they're usually just eliminated, right? They've been eliminated already. Which means that Eggy kind of gets left by as they don't necessarily have anybody else to push up with them and cause that nice and sweet arc, which means that it's time to go because it's over, right? So I absolutely understand this elimination. And now we have ourselves the challenge. What is the challenge? The challenge is gonna be none other than um the blah blah. The challenge is going to be every other challenge combined as a classic object show does. I like how we get to see Apple, fake Apple, who's, very object show, not necessarily analyst, but, very object show questionary person. Is like, are you being original? I like how they see it from MCS, which we do get a sneak peek of what MCS looks like from like this timeline. Because of course it's 1 year ago this episode. I'm pretty sure the first couple of MCS episodes were already out. I think they were like 1 to 2 or something. But like we did have a glimpse of MCS by here before it of course became the main focus now by the end of BOIBB. But eventually we have Grass Block being like, hey, may the best one win. So now we have ourselves the final challenge. The last place in this challenge ends up getting out. So the challenge is to do every other challenge, but a bunch of them have been simplified. This is also just not that big of a challenge as it usually is, right? Because for example, I mean, we've just seen BFDIA 23, so use that as an example. BFDIA 23 is ginormous because there's like 1 billion challenges to do. Like what, 22 of them? It's so many challenges. And in something like BOIBB, we have 16 episodes right now. This one doesn't count. 15 episodes. 3 of them weren't challenge episodes. We have like about 11 things to do. And they've been mostly simplified. So it's not too hard, right? But eventually, most people are managing to do it. Ribbit Image gets very hyped because, like, at the end of the day, they'll be managing to do these challenges for in themselves for the first time properly, which I think is cool. Uh, Eventually, Red Stick is also just going for it, getting inspired. The Deadly Dudes are having their own combo, which is doing all right for themselves. We're giving the rubber ducks, and then we have some paintings of a rubber duck. We have some other ducks. And stuff. I like how me and you have, I guess, just been chilling about. To be honest, I like how we have the bet that Red Stick is getting there first, which they end up actually winning. Red Stick makes it first, so then friggin' Fish gives them the money. That's cool. That's cool. Again, they probably just got a bigger prize than the prize of BOIBB. Like, bruh. Bruh emoji. I keep forgetting that the prize is $10 on a gift card. 10, 1, 0. Like, bro, what is this? But eventually, Red Stick ends up being safe first. They're also such motivated to win it for Eggy as well. Then Ribbit Image and Minecraft Grass Block ends up getting with by together, which it's like so. What Grass Block does in this challenge, in a way, it's help out Ribbit Image, right? But the thing about it is that there's a thing about somebody just helping you because they wanna help you, right? And you can be buds with them, right? You can conversate, you can have chit chatter. The thing about Ribbit Image and Bandifi is that that couldn't happen. Bandifi was acting as God, being like, I will force you to make it to the finale, right? And I say, wait, but I don't I can't even talk to you. Like we're not doing this together. You're just doing it for me. But like when Grassblock helps Ribbit Image do some of the tougher parts, it's like, yeah, it's even though we're technically doing the same thing, Grassblock is using their abilities, which they do have additional abilities in Ribbit Image, to help out um the both of them to make it to the end. Yeah, we do that. However, you can directly conversate, talk, do stuff. Like, you could technically, if Ribbit Image really wanted to, they could talk to Bandifi, but you can't really properly talk to Bandifi if Bandifi just has to be a statue all the time and is being super secretive and super evil. And it's like Graspel, you can tell that they're not super evil. So, yeah, that's kind of what's going on. Then eventually we have ourselves the final moment where Dry Ice and Lava are the last two, and Lava graciously decides, you can go, I've already been eliminated, you've always been here, you've been better of a competitor than we are. I find it interesting dynamic how it's Ice and Lava, but either way, Lava eventually decides to bail, and eventually Dry Ice ends up trying to win the game for Lava. Everybody in the finale is trying to win for someone. Like, bro, we're trying to like we've used this quote, I'll win for you, so many times. But eventually Lava ends up quitting. This was a necessary event for the sake of the show. It was going to be the most boring finale of all time if Lava was in there, because Lava would just win. There was no way for Lava to be in this voting. Because if Lava just won, they just win. Like, that's obvious. They're the fan favorite by a country mile. So even though, yes, it's not necessarily forced that Lava gets out, but they have to get out unless they just want to be allowed to win, right? At least with this vote, you can have a bit of like better judgment. My prediction is the second fan favorite was Grassball. So I'm gonna say I think it's Grassball or Red Stick. Red Stick could win. Now I'm gonna say Red Stick wins. I don't know why I'm feeling Red Stick winner, but we'll see. The finale is very long. But yeah, that's a debate. The final four, yeah, we have a pretty solid final four. It's a final four of some competitors that, through some means or another, either just were very focused on their wins. Grassblock used their Minecraft abilities to maximum use. Dry Ice was very no bullshit. I'm just gonna do the challenges. I'm gonna do them well, and I'm gonna be safe. Red Stick was the same thing. However, they needed some growth, but they brought somebody alongside them. And then Ribbon Image, definitely did make it. They definitely did do something. It was not a lot of it wasn't them, I guess, but they did indeed still manage to do the parts that they had to very well. So yeah, heading into the finale, and then before we close the episode off, Bandifi is still sorting out their plan, and they're upset that the finale is incoming. So they decide to change their plans and provide an attack with the mysterious man on the wall immediately. Yeah, my immediate question is still, what the fuck were you doing all this time? You've had 7 months minimum. You've had probably like 9 if you think about it, like between the episodes since then, right? Like you've had probably in the outskirts of a year to get ready for this thing. Like, bro, what is taking you so long? Like, if you're not ready by now, this is on you. You've had way too long to think about it. Yet again, time in this show makes no sense. But let's go to episode 17 and the finale of BOIBB. There's no backing out now. Let's do this. Let's do it. All right, well, we have just watched the finale of BOIBB, which is also by a considerable margin the longest episode of BOIBB as well, sitting at a solid 32 minutes. Comparatively speaking, right, the second longest episode of BOIBB, which is episode 7, where they go on vacation, is 22 minutes long. So yeah, we're a full 10 minutes longer. Just because I'm immediately curious, I am going to check what the length of the MCS episodes has been to see if any of them even match it. The length of the MCS episodes so far, they've roughly averaged about the 20-minute mark, mildly more than 20 minutes. About 2022, so that is relatively fast. And maybe is the OTA finale. The OTA finale is really long. Yeah, the OTA finale is 36 minutes long, so that is longer. But to be fair, OTA is a big deal. Um, so let's keep it moving. Let's start off here with some fellas. We're having everybody's having a good time. Now it's time for the finale. The contestants are ready. For the shit to be over. Right, contestants are ready for it. Fish is very much so ready for it. They insert the USB so that they get prepared for the epic battle, right? The other the freaking non-debutantes are helping set up the elimination. Fishbot is being happy. It's Fishbot's a very interesting character. I say there's so much going on within Fishbot. They've got like a piece of fish. They've got like a piece of like they got the recovery center power. They've got mechanical things and like that. Like we need like there's so much going on in that robot that's actually like crazy. But yeah, eventually the TV ends up reminding Fish that we need to go get the eliminated contestants from the lounge, where they, of course, they've been staying at the apartments. Ben Deefy, in the meantime, decides that it's time for go time because, I mean, there's not much else that they're going to do. So their idea was to hijack everything with a step one of the plan having been taking the USB. Because, of course, with no USB, no votes. What? You think Fish made backups? But, anyways, eventually we have a custom version of the intro for our finale. It's pretty solid as well, there's more interactions going on as well. I like how Lava, like, it's interesting how because like the way that the interactions are is they're mostly like related from character to character, right, on who's interacting. Like, I find it interesting how there's like a Sunny and Lava. By the way, wait, Lava can stand on Sunny because they're lava and don't burn? That's cool. Wait, so you're telling me they never made that a scene? What? They could just do that the entire time? That's sick. That's cool as hell. Anyway, can you tell it like characters that are celestial entities? That's just one of the most interesting ideas ever. Um, but anyways, eventually we have our finale. Fish gets allowed to bring back the contestants. Yet again, to this day, I still not really sure what was going on with the sign. Don't leave or you'll regret. Like what? What was like? What did you think was gonna happen? What did you think that they were gonna break out and fucking murder the entire village? What was? What was that like? Bro, it's not that bad, bro. Let them live. But eventually, everybody ends up getting back. Everybody's ready. With their stuff packed up and everything, which is interesting. Of course, the bucket is talking to Dan. Or wait, did you talk to Dan? Dan is wait. Are you called Dan or Dave? No, I swear you're called Dan. Dan, which is the freaking bucket is like a husband, I guess now, which is pretty nice, or or boyfriend. So we end up doing that. Then everybody has it packed up and everything, except for Sunny, who is up there. Sunny has just spending this entire time just not allowed to go in there because she'll burn everything. To be fair, Sunny is very much so used to being the sun, you know, like that's what they've been doing all this time, just staying there, chilling. Like, yep, I am a sun. The planets orbit around me. But that's what they've been doing for like billions of years. So I guess that makes sense that they're not like that bored of it. So everybody's back. They have some epic meetups. OJ and Ribbit image meetup. We have everybody do that. Sunny ends up apologizing to Lava, ends up saying goodbye. I like how we're leaving the alliance. I'm sorry. What? The show's over, Sunny. Look. You don't need to leave the alliance you've been eliminated from. You've been eliminated from, and you're also the show's ending anyways. I'm sorry. I just massively like hit the microphone earlier, but like yeah, you don't need to do all that. Okay, you can be chill. All right, you'll chill, okay? All right. Um, then we have Black Holy, which of course is gonna try to conversate with Gummy. Which I'm sorry, I think they're just talking. I'm sorry, did they really not talk that entire time? Were they just there in the hotel, literally in next to each other, like literally roommates, and they just didn't speak? They just were not. They were just eyeing each other. They're being like the Spider-Man gif. They're just pointing at each other, but they're not talking. But okay, I guess our interaction gets delayed by a little bit because Fish wants to review. But before, of course, we're gonna have the eliminated contestants and who they think should win. Most of them have a relatively clear opinion because they allied with somebody in that final four. The only person who I don't think has like that many allies is no, hold on. So, I mean, even try. No, try us at the alliance. It's like, bro, I don't know. Everybody there had it relatively lined up. The people that didn't are the people that kind of got out early, kind of like, the boxing, the punching dummy, right? Like they don't necessarily do much. But eventually we got phase 2 and 3 of the plan, which end up being to eliminate Fishbot, eliminate Fishbot, to get rid of Fishbot, because if you get rid of Fishbot, then you can't recover anybody, reasonably speaking, because tokens are gone. For some reason we can't order more of them. Remember, we just bought the tokens off the store. Like, I'm sure you could buy more. Maybe you're broke, maybe you're not that well off. I mean, remember, that was the deal. And then we end up having a recovery center being destroyed, and then we end up taking the USB with the results on it, because of course there's no backups, I'm telling you, bro. And then we end up having some fellas, and Dry Ice ended up getting the most votes to win, because they got the votes from all the deadly dudes, except for Sunny, I guess, as well as Boxhead, and kind of at random, and Gummy Calf at random. So they end up getting the most. But as you see everybody's like, it's very split. Because Ribbit Image has 4 people. Most of them are early boots. Grassblock has the 3 new fellas. Right, the 3 fellas also go to the kind of their alliance, and the Punchy Dummy. So yeah. So the TV ends up being broken. They try to display the votes, but it doesn't work. Then Epic Gas and epic gas, yes. Exactly. Well, I am so good with words. If you ever don't realize that all of this is me like improving, technically I'm improving, of course. Like, I have things that I want to say that I have in my mind, but a lot of the time I am improving. But like epic gas, really. Sunny and Black Holy get the snap with a stick because of the classic thing. They have so little unbelievable awareness about what's going on in any given situation that they don't even notice that the mega stick is killing them. So they end up all sleeping, and they eventually wake up back in. They end up walking back in a dream. We have ourselves a dream of Ribbit Image, because remember how the statue works. The statue makes you enter a dreamlike state of whatever it is that your deepest, like the thing that that's the most on your mind. So for any character, like for example, Fish ends up keeping the parent, right? For freaking Ribbit Image, you keep thinking of Bandifi, right? As well as some other people that they liked or disliked, right? So it ends up kind of being a little bit of a mess. They eventually successfully managed to wake up from it, mainly because they had a nightmare, unlike the other people, which I don't know if they necessarily, like, Ribbit Image had a nightmare. The others, I don't think they had a nightmare. We don't get to see what the other dreams are. I'm very curious. I mean, we get to see what Fisher's dream is. I'd be curious, like, what the hell is like Grass Block dreaming about? Like, what do you think we're doing out here? But I like what would dry eyes dream of? What is like I don't know. But yeah, they get woken up pretty easily. And they eventually dip. And then the other fella, the one that didn't get put up to sleep, end up getting soloed by Ben Deefy, who freaking snatches them with a stick. Go like, boop, boop, boop. So it ends up being quite rough. They're all gone, and then we only have the alive fellas who try to put up their own fight alongside Fish as well. Who we end up having our debate. Oh yeah, we put up a bunch of people in the walls for some reason. Yeah, I don't know what was the reason. No, I don't think we ever find out why. Do we ever find out why we're putting people in walls? I mean, I don't. It's like ink. No, was it for the freaking the happy face like god of the ink? No. Yes. Maybe. It could have been. I'm not sure. It kind of depends. Okay, that's cool. But anyways, we end up having some other fellas being there, the ones that managed to pop out from the walls. Fishbot is destroyed, and then we have Ben Deefy, do their whole villain monologue, being like, yeah, I wanted to make it to the final two with Ben Deefy. No, sorry. I wanted to make it to the final two with Ribbit Image. However, like, Ribbit Image said L plus ratio plus I don't want to work with you, and that really hurt my feelings. That's pretty much the TLDR of how the hell this went. But it's not exactly an epic moment. Yeah, Ben goes like, yo, I can move, I can talk, I can do whatever. But we eventually have some people do that. And I'm sorry, I love the Ben David logic makes no sense. It's like, yo, everybody kept complaining to me, the statue, like Black Holy and stuff. And it's like, no, hold on, you don't move. No, you do move. You're a statue that moves. It's like, yo, you could have asked how you're doing. Okay, let's do average interaction with Ben Deefy. Okay, let's play this. All right. Okay, you, the viewer at home. Okay, I want you to act as Ben Deefy. Okay, I will ask a question. You need to do what Ben Deefy would do in that moment. Hello, Ben Deefy. How are you? Did you do nothing? Because that is the correct thing that would happen in that situation. And even though these characters, maybe they're not incredibly smart, but like they're not that dumb either. Ribbit Image didn't do anything either. Like they were just wondering because you kept fucking forcibly teleporting them. I was like, wait, what? That means the Ben DB is actually doing something consciously. Like the reason why they're thinking is because it's forced. But okay. Eventually we end up having a little bit of an explanation about what the hell Ben Devy's been doing all the time. Apparently, that explosion, it hurt him. It hurt Ben Deefy. And that means that he had to spend exactly the 7 months required that it took Fish to come back, which we still don't know why Fish was gone for 7 months. But like that was a very long family reunion to again have Ben Davy come back right at the perfect time, and then Ribbit Image being like, "Oh yeah, no, yeah, Ben Davy quit, yeah." To be fair, that was pretty bad move there from Ribbit Image. I mean, it worked, but if it didn't, it was GG. It was a risky move to do. Because yeah, I mean, because Ribbit Image says that as like, "Oh no, Ben Davy's dead," but you're not dead. That's the point. You're literally like the reason why we're not recovering Ben Davy is because Ben Davy was gone. Not dead, but gone. Right? So it's like you can't just be like, no, Ben Davy's still around. This is gonna buy you back. So that was the mean thing. Because other than that, Ribbon never did anything that mean. They were like, okay, you are doing something which I don't want to be associated with, so I'm going to leave and you're going to do your own thing. All right, sound good? So yeah, that's fair. However, then like that was a bit of a mean moment, to straight up eliminate Ben Deefy. Like, I mean, I guess it's like El Bozo, you didn't make it. I don't know why I'm using this slang. It's slang time, right? But in general, yeah, they're doing that. They made a deal with the devil. Like, can you guys finish the show until you fulfill your end of the deal? What is your end of the deal? We don't ever find out. I don't think we ever find out what the hell the end of the deal is. Oh god, because eventually, I mean, by the time that the show has ended, whatever it is, we don't have the deal. We don't have it done. I don't know what it is, but we don't have it done. What could you possibly need? Oof. I mean, fish? The fish powers? Maybe? No? I mean, that would be an idea if you win the show. Did you need the pizza gift card? Is that what you need? Is that what you needed to win? Maybe that's the reason that you needed to win, right? But like at the same time, no. But what? I'm trying to think. Think about it. Is that this guy made a deal with the devil god of all gods? Like, what could they possibly want? You know? Or like, what could they possibly want out of a deal? I don't know. The souls of everybody, everybody in the wall, and they're being fed to the guy. Like, I don't, maybe no, but we're just murdering everyone. I don't. Yeah, I have no idea. Yeah, I don't know. Again, yeah, I've tried to think of it. If it's that's ever stated, let me know because I don't really know. But all right, then we end up having fish be powerless because of a spell that was placed on fish. So fish exactly can't exactly help. And now we end up having some people die. So out of the people remaining, OG's dead immediately because they got punched out of their guts. Bendy ends up having a couple of attacks. We end up doing pretty well. Then an arrow from Grass Block ends up landing on the way. Who ends up getting? Did anybody get sticked? I don't remember. No, I don't think anybody got directly sticked, but eventually, yeah, that arrow that landed on from Grassblock that really did some damage. Eventually, they end up leaving. The stick that murders everybody at first touch ends up being swallowed up by fish, which is pretty nice. I wonder if they still have the balloon. I wonder if the balloon ever touched the ground. I just remembered that from like 1 million episodes ago. I really wish we got to find out whether the balloon ever touched the ground. But anyways, what are we on about? Then Leafy teleports away to try to regen their powers or whatever, or like fulfill the end of the deal because they didn't have time. They spawn in some BFDI fellas. They end up getting absolutely soloed, mainly by Grass Block, who is one of the top tier contenders. Okay, they're just really good at using their Minecraft powers. Like they're just very good at their job. And then the eyeball also gets used. So then we end up having a Bucket called the phone of the police of the dimension in between dimension. That makes me wonder. I wonder. Wait, is there just a global telephone? I mean, okay, no, because I mean, okay, fish would have a phone that could access the in between dimension because of course they actively work within it. But I wonder, but that doesn't make me wonder if like a phone from just any place can call any other place. Like could I just call 4 from BFB? Is that a thing that happened? Could I call Animatic? I mean, we know that's one of the shows that exist out here, but like that's kind of like interesting. Eventually, they do all get fetched back by the police, which works out very efficiently, to be fair. And then we end up having the investigation. We don't find it. They're in a very big place. And then eventually we end up discovering that Boxhead had one of those teleporting machines. Those pretty cool ones, right? Which Boxhead never found out that the other one was used. So then everybody except Bucket, who decides to stay back, and also Boppet and me end up staying back alongside the eyeball. I'm surprised that the eyeball's gonna stay. I mean, the eyeball was pretty useful. Okay, sure. Boppet was mainly acting as a joke. Me, who doesn't have any suitable athletic abilities, and Bucket, which is just very much so a scaredy cat, does it. But Eyeball was pretty damn useful. I ain't gonna lie. Like, they didn't do damage, but if they did damage, it was over. Like, Ben Deefy dies within one hit of a laser beam from the eyeball, which is more than anybody else could say. So that was a mistake. That was a big old mistake. Because we didn't even get to see the eyeball say no. Like, that was just me saying, yo, like, we're gonna go. And then Fish also decides to stay back because they don't have the power. Eventually, we have Ben Deefy with the USB who tries to figure out how to get the show to not finish because they need to do something. Yet again, I don't know what they need to do. Like, what is the deal? I have no idea. However, yeah, I'm surprised that they don't. I guess they could have crushed the USB, I guess. There is always a possibility that they could get it back or whatever. But yeah, if he did crush the USB, it would be a problem. But Bendifi eventually runs away to a bunch of different places. Has some fights with Ribbit Image. Ribbit Image eventually gets teleported alongside Bendifi. We end up having a couple of cameos from different shows and stuff. We end up having, where did they teleport? Oh yeah, they teleport to ITFT. Okay, you know what's absolutely hilarious, right? I have been waiting on ITFT because ITFT hasn't released an episode, and I know that they're making episode 10. Okay, and I want to do the ITFT video when it releases. Right. So that way, I've actually never watched the second of ITFT, which is really funny because this is the first time I get to see the infamous Clock character speak. I now know the voice of Clock for the first time. That's actually the first time I've ever seen it, which is in the freaking BOIBB 17 cameo. Is that crazy? First time we actually get to see Clock even speak a little bit. As far as I'm aware, Clock is very much so never crazy host, but kind of like an animatic and they get compared to them a lot. So yeah, didn't even dress up. But eventually they end up going from show to show. I don't even know where half the shows are. They end up in a Minecraft world somehow. Unfortunately, I am gonna say we don't get to see. Grassblock doesn't even question the fact that they're in a Minecraft. Is this your house? Do you live here? Is this your home? Are you supposed to be here? Like Grassblock, is this like are these your brothers? Are these like is these your homies? Like what who is this? But no, eventually we have a Grassblock die in the Minecraft world after a pretty sick dodge, to be fair, from Bendifi, which gets a 2-in-1 combo pack, which leaves 3 remaining. We end up teleporting to a bunch of different places. Bendifi starting to struggle to teleport more and more until eventually, after somebody tried to rip them apart, yeah, Dry Eyes gets shot apart and then dies, which means that 3 people remain. We end up actually landing back into the in-between dimension. That's actually where we end up landing. However, we eventually have the freaking teleporty thing get shot instead, which teleports a bunch of random things and also has blocks that explode. I must say, I think they did it on purpose. Okay, I think this was on purpose, but it does kind of hurt to see the BFB laser gun that murders everybody on impact just be right next to them the entire time. It makes sense. They wouldn't know what it is. They wouldn't know what it does. But it does kind of hurt that it's just there the entire time. Like, if you could tell them from beyond the screen, that is a weapon! I'm sure that'd be great. But, I mean, either way, Bendifi is a much so a dodger. But eventually, Bendifi ends up trying to do the same monologue again. Restic ends up getting absolutely destroyed, and Ribbit Image doesn't hold back. Ribbit Image is like, "This is why no one likes you. You are evil, bruh." I mean, it's like, yeah, no, you are evil, and you will also just stay still. The thing about Bendifi is that I don't know if people would like Bendifi. Okay, maybe not, but like you don't try. It's not the type of character where, oh, you put yourself out there and then people rejected you and now you're mad because they rejected you despite the fact that you were really mean, right? It's just in this case, it's just you don't do anything. You act like a statue, and then you get surprised when people think, "Oh, yo, this statue certainly is a statue." It's like, wait, it's like, I don't know, and then they say that about it. Oh, what? Did you think I was just a statue? Yeah, I mean, if you don't do anything else, why would you not be one? Right? So that's kind of the thing. And then of course with Ribbit Image, I mean the one part of the deal that I keep doing end up being, yo, I'll tear you limb from limb. It's like, bruh. Um, so yeah, eventually we end up having the final little debate of the USB ends up dropping from Bendifi, and then right next to them, Fish notices, and a USB gets caught, and then officially Bendifi starts pleading. It's like, yo, you need to stop this right now. Even though I mean, you could have done an attack. For as far as Bendifi knows, Fish should still have been debilitated from the previous moment, right? from the spell, right? I don't know if they're back, but we didn't see them do powers. So Bendy, he could have tried to run over to an attack. They probably couldn't have teleported, right? Because that was like they were tired out. They literally couldn't teleport anymore. But BOIBB officially ends, according to Fish. And that means that Ribbit image on accident and Bendifi gets sent back to the dimension where the devil is. Hello, devil. Um, and then the show is concluded, and your end of the deal ends up being it. What is the deal? I need to know. You can't. It is too interesting of a question. You know, it's too interesting of a question. What was the deal? Oh no, I'm trying to think. What could it have possibly been? Because but what is it on either side? It's like what? You have until the end of the show to do blank, and what? I'll help you. I'll help you do what? Win? I don't know. But then, what was what did you? I don't know. I genuinely cannot figure it out. I'm trying to come up with a theory. You know, I'm an analyst. I should be able to figure this out, but I cannot figure out what the hell the devil would want from Bendy right now. Maybe I need more Bendy and the Ink Machine lore. Are there devils in Bendy? And is this a guy in Bendy and the Ink Machine? Like, is this from the game? Is this a guy from Bendy and the Ink Machine, and then he wants like the souls of the innocent or whatever? Like, what is? Like, is this a guy? Well, I don't really know, but okay. Now we end up having the deal which is broken, and they end up being absolutely, you know, that pretty much means disintegrated into dust. Right as Ribbit Image watches, Ribbit gets to see Bendifi get absolutely destroyed. And I don't know, I think for a moment here, Ribbit Image starts to understand that, like, not necessarily understand the reason, but can understand some of the desperation you can see from right here. Right? Some of the reason why Bendifi was like, this has to happen. Right? Because at the end of the day, you made a deal. Now, again, what the hell was the deal for? I don't know. And Ribbit Image would know even less, right? But you can kind of see, you start to understand a little bit of the desperation. You understand the feeling, right? At the end of the day, it was an earned thing, as in the sense of, okay, you did the deal. I mean, that's your fault, right? But I can see why they might be called a little tiny bit of compassion. Eventually, we end up having the recovery machine be given the Life Giver 1.0, and it does end up successfully working in bringing everybody back. They try to bring out Fishball, but it doesn't work. Broom is here now. Broom from the hit show. Okay, look. If we're gonna bring anybody over from another dimension, yes, please bring Broom. Broom's dimension was a white void with only Broom in it. What happened? I need the Broom show where there's only Broom in their dimension, and we try to fit what the hell happened. Like, how did you get to that point? But yeah, Broom's here now. And eventually we have the votes themselves, 2,782, which I swear that's the number to remind us of. 2,782. I don't know why, that gave me vibes of number that's a joke or something. But Grassball doesn't win. Good job. I feel like a lot of the time, fan favorites in vote to saves end up actually switching their opinion right there at the end, because, you know, they start to think about, oh, who should win though, right? Then in third place, Ribbit Image. Fair enough, to be honest. Gotta try to win. And then the winner of BFBOI is Red Stick by a mile. By over 700 points more than Dry Ice. This was because of Eggy. You know, it was Eggy. If Eggy had been, in my opinion, Red Stick doesn't win if Eggy gets eliminated in the previous episode. If Eggy's elimination arrived one episode any amount of time earlier, then I don't think those votes go to Red Stick. I think they go to somebody else. I think they disperse around. However, the Red Stick maybe still couldn't have won, but maybe definitely not by this margin. But I think that Red Stick, like that Eggy elimination, and then first of all, people realizing the arc of last to first, right, is always kind of cool. People realizing, yes, go win for Eggy, right? And then also just people thinking that he's cool ends up making them a worthwhile winner, which I can definitely agree with. As far as like if it's a good winner or not a good winner, yeah. To be honest, I think it's a good winner. It's the one I predicted, but it makes sense. I always like to say that a winner should represent the show as a whole. Do I think Red Stick represents the show? Okay, I don't think Red Stick represents the show itself. I think the show itself is probably represented by a character like Ribbit Image, probably. To be honest, kind of Ribbit and being like having arcs of doom and gloom, but also having friends here and friends there and being able to lift themselves up or go back down. Like they were the one who was the most mobile, right? In terms of everybody, they were good at challenges, but they were also didn't do a lot. Like they're very versatile. So I think they represent the show the best. However, Red Stick was, my opinion, probably the best player of the show, right? They had a weakness at the start, which they immediately recognized, right? Right there from the beginning, they realized, yo, I have this weakness. I have to solve it. What do? They find somebody who is, better at that, better at the niceness aspect, and they team up with them. Go become friends, team up with them. Then eventually you can grow in the aspect that you're lacking, right? Because Red Stick's physical capabilities were never doubted. This guy is good, right? This guy is good at challenges. However, as soon as he gets out, either by, overexposing himself or just anything else, he was getting out because he was just too brash, right? However, now he improves that by being around with Eggy, right? And like learning from Eggy, being nicer with Eggy, right? And all that stuff. Being part of an alliance, helping out people, and then Red Stick just becomes an incredibly strong competitor because this guy now has the bronze and the brains. Remember, it's not just brains and the bronze; now it's both. So like Red Stick ends up being very strong in both capabilities because like it's not an over reliance though, because Eggy was very good at her end of the deal, which was to bring Red Stick up, right? But we didn't make Red Stick reliant on Eggy, right? We made those two shine apart, so that even when like, no, made them both shine, so that way when they both separated, Red Stick still remained a strong competitor. We didn't just rely on Eggy, which can happen quite a bit when we have these types of growth arcs, right? You can sometimes have that person be clingy and rely on the other person. We don't do that with Red Stick, right? And yeah, it's very nice. And just like how our second place with Dry Ice is a pretty similar arc, except the Dry Ice starts off from a position of just having less backstory, right? Which means that Dry Ice ends up already being pretty solid, and then yeah, they do the alliance, so like they don't need to grow into their position, which gives them a little bit less of an arc and a little bit less overall interest as Red Stick. However, they just start off already in that position. They're chilled out. They're good at challenges. They've got good physicality, good capabilities. They've got friends. They're nice, and they've got allies, which immediately makes them a very strong competitor. It's absolutely par for the course. That they were very solid as well. So Resic eventually wins, which is pretty cool stuff. Then we end up having the pizza gift card, which apparently now has been extended to $100. Oh my god! Now that is still not that lot of money. I mean, again, when you compare it to the price of MCS, when you compare it to the price of MCS, which is something that could literally generate $1 billion if you want to destroy the world economy, then yeah, okay, maybe. All right then. Eventually they end up having an epic party. Gummy and Black Holy finally have their interaction. It's not like a crazy interaction. It's go like, yo, I mean like, yo, my bad for that time. Like be mutuals, and like, okay, sure, I'll be mutuals. Follow back on Twitter. But eventually at the pizzeria, they're chilling. Fish, and then we have ourselves the final little moments. Fish goes back to Cod to apologize now that their show's over. We end up getting Plunger back from the Redland. By the way, they were still in the Redland, so I guess two never actually saw them. Two really did forget about them, or that show is just taking a really long time. That show's taking a while, bro. Like, nah, what is going on over there? And then Bucket ends up, of course, deciding to live with Dan from the in between dimension, which is pretty cool. Do they speak? I mean, of course they would speak because everybody else in that dimension speaks. And then we have our credits with everybody else. By the way, never something I didn't say, but did notice is that the voice cast was like it's kind of funny because there just started to be arrows everywhere about who voiced who. Like the arrow that brings the Ruben to you, the character, and it's so long and takes so many twists and turns, bro. Like that's crazy. But eventually we end up having some characters go into to look at Ribbit image, which is going to try to recover Ben Deefy. Bro. Don't feel bad, bro. Ain't no way this guy's about to feel bad. Like, nah, bro. What are you doing? Yes, okay, Ben Deefy is. You feel bad for Ben Deefy because oh no, Ben Deefy was desperate. They had to kill all of us because they agreed to do it. It's like no, hold on. It's like you don't. That's not how it works. Not like a bounty hunter, right? After they don't submit the bounty, you feel bad because oh they needed to kill me for the bounty. No, I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. It's not a bounty hunter. A hitman. Right? Sorry, a hitman. You don't feel bad for the hitman because oh no, they had to try to kill me. And sorry, they chose that life. They chose that life. Like, bro, come on, Ribbit image. You're too soft, bro. But okay, as we're recovering Ben Deefy. I mean, I don't think that's gonna be a thing in MCS because, like, I mean, I don't know. In regular in the BFB part, I think we work in real time, right? So those end up sort of working out in the sense of like this is like by the time this season's over, the thing starts, which means that we should have still only been at like MCS 2 or 3 by then, or we could be working in a parallel like work that ends up not exactly being the same. So maybe that's what we're doing. However, I don't really know, to be honest. But yeah, whatever. That was BOIBB, the freaking season, the season 4 season, the 4th season, and the first season that is officially considered good and that you should watch. Do I recommend watching it? Yeah, I mean, I absolutely probably would because it was good. It was fun. It had some characters that I thought were entertaining. It had a lot of arcs, right? Some of them I thought were a little weird for sure. Like I still think that time in this universe is bullshit. Like time was completely invented. Like the nothing makes sense chronologically, but whatever. Um, and hey, you know what? It's been a while since I was just directly a fan of the character as much as I was a fan of Black Hole. I'm telling you, bro. I'm telling you, bro. When I got that Black Holy Sunny interaction that I was begging for, I was eating good. All right, I don't care that neither of them won, and they never win. But like that moment, that was peak. That was peak. All right, as just a viewer and non-analyst, as just a person who likes characters, that was a fire moment. Okay, um, but anyhow, blah blah. Anyways, that is probably going to be all that I can really say about Boy, because like yeah. I'll probably do in the MCS videos on another day. We'll get to soon. I'll probably do a keep up episode and maybe another video in between, depending on what exactly releases. However, like in general, MCS soon, and then maybe OTA not too long after. I don't know if OTA is the second season because OTA is called Object Towel again. Wait, Object Towel again? What's Object Towel not again? Right, so maybe we'll take a look at OTA at some point in time, but no promises. But either way, MCS is incoming soon, probably in a couple of days. When I do all that stuff, I got to catch up with Object December and all that jazz. However, yeah, this was a monster video for a monster series, which is BOIBB. But I'm happy to have done it because it's one of those things that's annoying. Not because the series is annoying. Like the series is great to watch. It's annoying to always have it in the back of your mind as like shit. I have to watch this because I really, because like of the road to MCS. Like I really want to get to MCS, but I have to watch this thing that's gonna take me 4 hours and it's gonna be a little bit of a mess, right? So we end up doing that. in that situation, which ended up being that. But hey, we took the hit in one day. We ended up doing it. Either way, it was impossible for me to do 4 hours in one day. I've never done 4 hours in one day, so it unfortunately had to be divided up. So, all right, yep, that is going to be all. Let's do ourselves the official outro. Let's go. Alright, and that is going to be all for today's object catch-up. BOIBB has officially been reviewed. Now, all we have to watch is the 5 episodes of MCS itself. We are finally getting there, and soon we will be caught up with MCS, and all that will be left is OTA, and then we'll be fully caught up with all the LeoFriends show that I have to watch, which is going to be very nice, because at the end of the day, like, I don't mind giving attention to one person, but sometimes when I give so much attention to a creator, like I've been giving, to LeoFriends, like at this point, LeoFriends has been not only the just present in the videos, but I've just taken a look at their episodes, in majority of the episodes at this point, between the past few weeks. It does start to getting to grow a little bit. It's like, hold on, bro, we keep talking about this person, it feels like I'm not giving enough attention to some other creators, which, like, I mean, I guess it's true, but I need to get it out of the way. Like, it's not like there's going to be infinite LeoFriends stuff to talk about. Eventually I will have ran out and it will be good, right? But we got to get through this LeoFriends catalog before we can, stop covering LeoFriends content. That's BOIBB. MCS coming soon. But, alright. That will be all for today's wozer of an episode. Extremely long. Is this the longest episode? No, I don't remember. Hold on. I'm just gonna check this just to make sure. How long was Request Revelations? 357. Wow, this is longer. Oh my god. That is insane. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's just crazy. That's just crazy. Look, the series is just really long. All right. For BOIBB, we're all caught up. We only have MCS to do. We'll see you next time. Goodbye.